Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Ordinary Council meeting of the 28th of September. If you could please stand while we have the prayer and acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of our beautiful lands and our surrounding waters, the Ramangeri and the Ngarrindjeri people. As a community, we recognise and we respect their cultural connection with the lands and with the waters.
Gratefully acknowledge the men and women of the Navy, Army and Air Force who made a supreme sacrifice in the preservation of Australia's freedom and democracy. We also proclaim our gratitude to those who return to us.
Thank you. Before we sit down, I would like to take a moment to pay tribute to our former City of Victor Harbor Mayor, Scott Schubert, who sadly passed away earlier this month. Scott Schubert served the City of Victor Harbor for more than 6 years, firstly in the role of elected member, and then in 2003 he was elected to the position of mayor. At that time, he was one of the youngest mayors in the state. Scott presided over a period of significant growth for Victor Harbor and was instrumental in the development of major plans, including the Victor Harbor Town Centre Master Plan, which has been a catalyst for many of Council's strategic projects and sets the scene for the future of Victor Harbor. Today, we are seeing the vision set out within this plan being delivered through the streetscape redevelopments like the Main Street Precinct upgrade and the Railway Terrace upgrade. While in the role of Mayor, Scott was also achieving great things on a personal level, pursuing extensive studies and being employed in a local legal practice. The way he balanced his personal and professional pursuits was admired by many. Scott Schubert was highly respected in all aspects of his life, and he forged valuable networks and relationships for Council and the community. He was a strong advocate for the City of Victor Harbor, and his advocacy role elevated him to serving as the Deputy Chair of the National Sea Change Task Force, which we now know as the Coastal Councils Alliance, Coastal Councils Association, an organisation that the Council is still a member of today. Scott was often described as a man of great vision and a big picture thinker. His passion for bettering the community was unrivalled, and the City of Victor Harbor is extremely grateful for his services. On behalf of the City of Victor Harbor and our community, I express our deepest sympathies and condolences to Scott's family, his friends and colleagues, past and present. He will be greatly missed. I ask you now to join me in a minute's silence to pay our respects to this exceptional man and community leader. Please be seated. On a much more positive note, I would like to also congratulate Councillor Mann, who has just become engaged to Lucy. Congratulations, Councillor Mann, and I'm sure the community and your fellow councillors wish you the very, very best for the future with Lucy. I would like to remind councillors of the requirements of disclosure of material, actual or perceived conflicts of interest in items for consideration in this agenda. Section 73, 74, 75, 75A and 75B of the Local Government Act requires that councillors declare any interest and provide full and accurate details of the relevant interest to the council prior to consideration of items in that agenda. There are no items adjourned or lying on the table, so we now move to minutes of the previous meeting. And the recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting of the 24th of August be confirmed as true and accurate. Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor, I have an item of business on the agenda here. I have to seek leave of the meeting to provide an explanation for conflict of interest item on in item 13 point, a conflict of interest in item 13.1 on this on the minutes of the 24th of August.
Does Councillor Robertson have leave of the meeting? All those in favour? 2/3 majority? Yep, thank you. Councillor, would you like to provide your personal explanation?
Yes, Mayor, I declared a perceived conflict of interest on the item and lost track of, inadvertently voted on two motions related to that item, and so it was a personal embarrassment to me that that I did that. So that's my personal. It's an inadvertent lack of concentration at the time.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. I appreciate that, and we'll amend the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council held on the 24th of August to reflect that. Thank you very much. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation on item 5.1?
Sorry, Mayor,
just a moment.
Another thing to ask: if my personal explanation be recorded in the minutes, and I move that way and seek a seconder for that.
Certainly. Would someone like to second that? Councillor Henderson, thank you very much. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Would somebody like to move recommendation 5.1? Thank you, Councillor Kemp, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Recommendation 5.2, minutes of the special meeting of the 7th of September. Would someone like to move that those minutes be confirmed as true and accurate? Councillor Henderson, thank you very much. And do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Hales. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 6, deputations. We have a request for a deputation by Mr. Blatchford. Mr. Blatchford, thank you for your email requesting a deputation. I'm refusing your request as matters that you wish to address relate to the Crozey Hill development. And on the 11th of March, you were advised in writing that your questioning and allegations in relation to the Crozey Hill development against Council and Council staff will no longer be tolerated. In accordance with Council's unreasonable complainant conduct management policy, any further correspondence and or communication from you in relation to the Crozey Hill development will not be responded to. I expect that any questions from the gallery presented by you that relate to the same matters directly considered will be disallowed as per the provisions of the Code of Practice for Meeting Procedures, subject matter already answered. I do ask that you stop sending any further correspondence to the Council on this matter. If you believe that you have a right to do so, you should direct any further allegations and or complaints to other authorities who no doubt will decide for themselves whether or not they will investigate. As required, if I refuse a request, I have reported my decision to this Council of Meeting and my reasons for the refusal. Thank you. I have a request for a deputation from Francis McGill. Francis, are you here? Yes. If you'd like to take a seat at the chair there. Yep. And to turn, thank you, Councillor Robertson will show you how to turn your microphone on.
Thank you.
Francis, you have 10 minutes to make your deputation, and that includes questions as well. So you'll have a little bell will go off at 9 minutes to let you know that you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship and councillors, for this opportunity. First off, residents felt abandoned, rejected and isolated when the letter arrived from council. I was asked what could be done by my neighbours, hence the petition. We appreciate the opportunity to have an input into the decision-making of council at this point. We note that if poor decisions by council have been made in the past, when the trotting track was sold for redevelopment and current councillors were not included in making those decisions, you wear the mantle now, and this could be the opportunity to mitigate the intrusion that this will cause on the current residents of the street, who all look after the council verge with pride. We acknowledge that the Mayor and councillors are representatives of the Victor Harbor residents and to date have been responsive to so many of the issues that beset this beautiful and friendly town. Residents should not be responsible for the overspill of parking for the hospital. Malin Avenue on the hospital side seems more appropriate. We could undertake to get all residents to write to all councillors, expressing our views individually and with more emotion than has currently been displayed, if this would strengthen your resolve to represent our views. We collectively uphold the sentiments of the petition before you. 1. Continue parking and footpath as it is currently situated in front of the hospital on Harbourview Terrace, providing a safer option for the corridor road. Take the proposed land from the verge on the eastern side and leave the same width on both sides for the verges, not favouring the western side as proposed. Move the centre line in the road towards the eastern side to be able to accommodate the parking on the western side. After the removal of the Stobie poles, there might be more land to accommodate this move. A few questions to put to council would be, can council put a chalk line on our verge showing where the intended loss of verge and indented car parking would be on the eastern side? B, explain why, in layman's terms, parking cannot be put on the western side if the taking of the verge on the eastern side is utilised for the western side. And C, the cost of removing 9 Stobie poles and putting in underground electricity, with the knowledge that council pays for 1/3 of the cost and the state government pays for 2/3. So winding up, we would like council to review the proposed streetscape with the view of removing the Stobie poles, thereby allowing both sides of the road to have the advantage of no Stobie poles that are a dangerous road and pedestrian hazard. Widening, straightening and realigning the road. Parking on the western side and footpath on the eastern side after all other works have been completed. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Francis. I might ask Jodie Roberts if she can answer some of your questions, and I do know that a report is being prepared for council to come to the October meeting in relation to some of the broader aspects of what you've talked about. But Jodie, can I hand over to you?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Francis, for your deputation. I have met with a number of the residents out at their properties, and with regard to the chalk line, yes, that's definitely something that we can do to come out and show where the current design shows those indented parking. I have actually been on site with a couple of residents and directly in front of their properties, talked them through and stepped it out where those locations are. So yes, that's something that we can do. With regards to the width of the verge, the width of the verge on the current resident side is quite a lot larger than the other side of the road. And in the current design, which I might add is not the final design, we are going to take on board the feedback and look at bring that back to the October council meeting. In some cases, the remaining verge on that existing resident side will still be greater than the verge on the development side, even after the indented car parks are in. But yes, that's something definitely that we can look at to balance those widths. The cost of removing the Stobie poles wasn't currently included in the budgets because there was no requirement to remove the Stobie poles with the current design. We still maintained the 600 mil clearance in front of the Stobie poles, even for the proposed indented parking lane. With regards to the extra footpath, that's something that will come back to the council as an option in the October council meeting as to whether there's an additional footpath put on the existing residence side. The footpath that's proposed on the development side is a requirement of the development and the developer is paying for that. So we won't be taking that footpath away from the development side, but there may be an option to put an additional footpath on the side of the existing residence. It'll come back to council for a recommendation and some costings will be put to them. Hope that answers some of your questions.
Thank you, Jodie. I'm sure that if councillors want to walk through that area with you and with Jodie, we can arrange something like that so that councillors are able to get a good bird's eye view, I suppose, of what the issues are and look at that before the council meeting that's coming up in October. But thank you very much for your deputation. I appreciate you making the time to come and speak to us.
Okay, just one comment in relation to the Stobie poles. They are not all in the same position off the road. Some are right close to properties and some are close to the road. So they're zigzag through.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Opportunity to ask a question, please.
Certainly.
Thanks, Francis, for your input and your deputation and raising some solutions to the problem down there, which our chamber hasn't considered before. Just verifying, I think you want your footpath on the eastern side because it's a continuation of the existing footpath, which is on the eastern side from Bay Road down past the hospital. So it just makes sense that you continue that process all the way down. So they say footpaths go from one place to another to divert, to run traffic along as in way foot traffic. So it'd be suitable for you to have a footpath all the way on your side to continue out to Bay Road if you need to. So that's basically what you're after, is to continue that one footpath all the way through.
Yes, that's what most of the residents
Have you
want.
considered the idea to continue the footpath all the way past Kent Reserve down to Franklin Parade? Because if we just do that section of that Harbour View Terrace, then it will stop at Kent Road and be no footpath after that. So would you see yourselves as residents that be another opportunity, to continue?
Is that Kent Road or the reserve itself?
Kent Road and then the Kent Reserve, then you've got Franklin Parade
Yes.
to the roundabout.
Yep.
To continue the footpath all the way through.
That's the way I normally walk. I don't cross the road, but it is dangerous on that corner. So.
Okay, excellent. So I guess hopefully we can take that into consideration as well at the October meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now come to questions from the gallery. Just a moment. Sorry, Councillor Robertson.
We haven't done the recommendations yet, I think.
This is just looking at the deputation. The petitions are item 8 and 8.1. So deputations are item 6. Item 7 is questions from the gallery. We'll get to the petitions after that. So questions from the gallery. We have a series of questions from Mr. Blatchford in relation to the Crozier Hill. All the questions have been declined. As you are aware, there's provision within the Victor Harbor Code of Practice for meeting procedures for people to bring forward questions from the gallery. But Mr. Blatchford, your questions are again in relation to the Crozier Hill estate matter, which I've disallowed, and you've been advised of that in the past. Your questioning and allegations in relation to the Crozier Hill development against council and council staff will no longer be tolerated. In accordance with council's unreasonable complainant conduct management policy, any further correspondence and or communication from you in relation to the Crozier Hill development will not be responded to. I expect that any questions from the gallery presented to you that relate to the same matters as directly considered will be disallowed as per the provision of the Code of Practice for meeting procedures, subject matter already answered. I ask that you please cease from sending any further correspondence to council in relation to this matter. If you believe you have the right to do so, you should direct any further allegations or complaints to other authorities who no doubt will decide for themselves whether they will investigate. If you are dissatisfied with the council's response, you can contact the South Australian Ombudsman, whose role it is to investigate complaints about councils and state government agencies. If you have evidence of corruption or maladministration on the part of council or on the part of its staff, you should contact the Office for Public Integrity. The Office of Public Integrity manages complaints and reports about public administration and ensures that they are dealt with properly by the relevant body, and is responsible to the Independent Commissioner Against Corruption. Thank you. I have a question from the gallery from Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, your question has been refused. Your questions are outside of the duties, functions and powers of the council, and has been referred to the Chief Executive Officer, who is responsible for all matters pertaining to council staff and volunteers, including work health and safety policies and procedures. Council is not in a position to respond to your questions with regard to the City of Victor Harbour's drug and alcohol policies or procedures. So I've referred your inquiry and questions to the Chief Executive Officer to respond to you accordingly. And I understand that you have received a letter with her response. Thank you. I have a question from the gallery from Mr. Loza, I beg your pardon. Let me just see if I can find it. Mr. Loza, if you'd like to come and take a seat. Thank you. Please read out your question as you submitted it on your email form.
Thank you. I ask the councillors to tell the chamber and gallery why they supported the motion and why they believe that taking away an elected member's ability to communicate with his constituents is justified when people elected him to be their voice on this council.
Mr. Loza. The order to suspend Councillor Charles was a decision that was made by SACAT, the South Australian Civil and Administrative Appeals Tribunal. It was not a decision of council. The Ombudsman, following an independent investigation, found that by disclosing information and making statements made at a confidential briefing, Councillor Charles breached Part 3 of the Code of Conduct thereby committing misconduct in public administration as per the ICAC Act. And Councillor Charles contravened the code was contrary to section 63 of the Local Government Act. Council accepted the Ombudsman's findings and his recommendation to lodge the complaint with SACAT with a view that SACAT impose a penalty. SACAT is an independent body that cannot be seen to have any bias in imposing any penalty. Councillor Charles was able to provide any additional materials or documents to SACAT to support his case. And on Monday, SACAT notified Council of the penalty it ordered to be imposed. The role of council members or elected members are to represent the interests of ratepayers and residents, to provide community leadership and guidance, and to facilitate the communication between community and council. All councillors are required to carry out these duties in accordance with the provisions of the Local Government Act. At the beginning of each term of council, elected members make a public declaration at office of committing to this. Council members are public officers, and failure to comply with various provisions under the legislation is a serious matter and will be dealt with and is dealt with by the appropriate independent authority. With the current matter, the initial complaint was referred to the Ombudsman for investigation, who determined that there was a breach and recommended that a complaint be lodged with SACAT. This is in line with processes outlined within the Local Government Act, where complaints can only be lodged with SACAT following an investigation by the Ombudsman or the Independent Commissioner Against Corruption. The Council did not suspend Peter Charles. The Council, following the recommendation of the Ombudsman, referred the matter to SACAT, who, following a process of procedural fairness and natural justice, resolved to suspend Councillor Charles for a period of 2 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
We have another question from the gallery, and the question is from Mr. Adrian Burton. Mr. Burton, if you'd like to come up and take a seat. You'd like to ask your question as per your email that you sent.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good evening. Information on the public record shows that, according to Certificate of Title 5849, Folio 280, ownership of land described as allotment 29, deposited plan 57286, Lower Inman Valley, previously owned by Mr. N and Mrs. L Hall, has been transferred to the City of Victor Harbor for a consideration of $270,000. I have 2 questions, if I may. First, what were the reasons for the transfer to council of this land?
And your second question?
Is there no answer to the first?
I'll answer them both
I
together,
beg your
Mr.
pardon.
Burton.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. What plans does council have for this land? Has any provision been made in the 2020 to 2021 budget for the future use of this land?
Thank you, Mr. Burton. A confidential settlement has been reached with Mr. and Mrs. Hall, and as part of that settlement, the land which compromises of their allotment, being lot 29, has been transferred to council and has been returned to open space. The settlement has no presidential significance in relation to Crozier Hill Land Division as a whole. It is based upon factually unique circumstances surrounding the creation of the Hall specific allotment. It is not appropriate to go into detail in relation to the circumstances of the settlement of the claim by Mr. and Mrs. Hall, except to say that council had advice at the time that each of the proposed rural living allotments were fit for purpose as rural living allotments, provided that the conditions were imposed as to the siting and finishing of the floor levels of dwellings which operated as encumbrances on the titles via land management agreements. The allotments under consideration at the time that this advice was received by council did not include the hall allotment, which was created prior to the final plan of division being approved and apparently treated as a variation to the original application. It would appear that the additional allotment was not considered by Tonkin from the perspective of flooding issues being appropriately dealt with via conditions imposed in an LMA as the other allotments had been. I have been advised that the examination of council records in relation to the creation of the hall allotment warrant the conclusion that this was a systemic oversight in the sense that there is no evidence of any deliberate act or omission on the part of council staff whereby the hall allotment came to be approved. There is no provision in the 2021 budget for plans for this land. However, council is considering its future use as part of our asset management plans. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Robertson. We now move to item 8, which is the petitions. Petition regarding Harbourview Terrace redevelopment. And I'm happy to do that recommendation en bloc, that council receive and note the petition, Harbourview Terrace redevelopment, and that council administration prepare a report for the October ordinary council meeting outlining the implications of changing the location of the proposed footpath and car parking along Harbourview Terrace. Thank you, Councillor Schofield, moving that way, and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp.
Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I have issues with the second recommendation, and I should have spoken up earlier to discuss these separately, but that is as may. Having the word implications in there puts a negative connotation on the recommendation to come to council. I would like to move an amendment on that and change the word from implications to opportunities. I think the word opportunities will actually give a better overview and a better scope to see the community that we are looking at this with open eyes, not just looking at the implications of change. Because I think from our deputation tonight, I think there's a great opportunities there for improvement to make that Harbourview Terrace a very aesthetic looking road, which is along a lake, which leads down to Kent Reserve. So I think we need to, I'd like to amend that motion to remove the word implications and put opportunities in.
Councillor Kemp, I certainly understand your intention, which I think is a very good intention, and your vision for that is great. There are implications in relation to that, in relation to costs that council will need to look at. So the word implications perhaps will address those cost factors that, if we are to see your vision, we do need to be aware of. But if you have a seconder for that and the chamber's happy to change that, you're happy to second that, Councillor Robertson? Yeah, we'll just wait for Karina to set that up on the computer.
Mayor Jenkins, can I just continue my 5 minute, because I was going to say some more, but you continued to talk. So can I finish off my reasons?
If you'd like to speak to your amendment, that's fine.
Yeah. The reason why I say opportunities, because I think opportunities covers implications. It looks at all aspects. It looks at the costings. It looks at the planning. It looks at improvement, and it has the positives and the negatives of it all included. The word opportunities, again, as I said before, it's really about ensuring that we're not just focusing on one area of the negative. So that's why I believe the opportunity is a better word to for the community to look at our resolutions to see what we're trying to achieve, and not just look at one aspect of it, which that recommendation does, in my mind.
Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I note that in the petition we heard before, there's a an opportunity to correct a wrong. It's not the right word, but I mean correct something in the residents of that area in relation to the transfer of the land that is now a residential development on a lake from a trotting track, and that it's always the opportunity to present what we're doing in a positive light is a good thing.
Thank you. Councillor Littley, you want to speak to that amendment?
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you to Francis for deputation tonight and bringing those thoughts from the residents in that area. It's great to have community coming in and talking through opportunities, and we can find the implications to those opportunities, but there's certainly some merit in just looking at that area a bit more and seeing if we can get the right balance for all. So thank you very much for your presentation and doing the work with the petition and bringing it to our attention.
Does anybody else want to speak to that amendment? Are you all clear what the amendment is? Council prepare a report, outline the opportunities of changing the location of the proposed footpath and car parking along Harbourview Terrace. I'll put that to the floor. All those who are in favour of that amendment? That's carried unanimously, thank you. So we now go back to the recommendation, and the recommendation is that Council Administration prepare a report for the October ordinary meeting outlining the opportunities of changing the location of the proposed footpath and car parking along Harbourview Terrace. That was moved by Councillor Schofield and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Does anybody want to speak to that? I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. We now go to item 9.1, outstanding.
Question, please, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Robertson.
I was totally confused what happened before. I thought that this recommendation that you had put on block was, I don't remember Councillor Schofield and Henderson being involved. I couldn't quite figure out what was going on.
So that was moved on block by Councillor Schofield and seconded by Councillor Henderson.
Okay.
Councillor Kemp then moved an amendment to that and to change the word implications to opportunities. You seconded that amendment. Councillor Littley spoke to that amendment, and then that amendment went to the chamber to be ratified. That amendment was ratified, and so the recommendation then was put with that amendment embedded in it.
My question was related to, were there any discussions of you didn't give any opportunity for any questions or comments on this
On the amended item, I did.
On the amended item, that was just the second one, but on the whole on block, I don't think you did.
It was all done on block. The whole lot was on block.
I had one comment on that to make when I thought that opportunity would be arriving.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Robertson, with that opportunity has been lost.
Well, I think that's unfortunate, Mayor. Really, I do. I think
it is. We now are on item 9, which is the outstanding resolutions, and the recommendation is that Council receive and note the outstanding resolutions report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales? And do we have a seconder? Councillor Schofield? Either of you like to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to the outstanding resolutions? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question on about the fourth resolution down, the one about the lease and licensing assistance given by the council in relation to community club assistance grants. The amount allocated in the budget was $10,000. and the amount expended was 4,300. I had two questions out of this actually. One was, what was the administration's feeling about the effectiveness of this, of the money that was provided, if they have done that already? And also, what happens to the surplus funds? These were, I believe, taken from 1920 budget. So do they go back as some sort of returning to the 1920 into the accounts, or do they fall over into 2021 budget?
I may, through the Mayor, obviously we did a fair promotion in regards to those financial assistance grants. So those clubs that received it were very thankful and actually provided them with relief. The council, if there were budgeted funds, don't get transferred over, operating costs do not get transferred over to this financial year. They are provided in the year in which they are applied. And it was quite clear there was a second recommendation that there was delegation given to the CEO in regards to extending those utility grants, and the council didn't support that recommendation. So if you're looking to do something similar, it would need another resolution of the chamber. So whatever funds were not spent would be then calculated as surplus funds in our end of financial year statements for 1920.
You have another question, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, in relation to the item on community land status on the reserves of Welsh Road. I'm not sure that the resolutions fully explained what was in Councillor Glasbrook's. I have it written down here that the community land Welsh Road recommendation was not complete. Should mention vehicle access points. I think that it was basically to say that noting that that when the land went back into, once the development plan had been approved, that the land would go back into community reserve, I understood, or at least that the reason given.
I'm happy to explain that for you, Councillor Robertson. I know exactly what you're referring to. And yes, you are correct. Whatever the reserve was not used for the two accesses for that property were to be returned back to a buffer. And the developer, it may take years for that to actually occur. So while the resolution is complete, because we've notified the developer he has access to those two road reserves, a note has been placed on that file, on that property file for all of those titles, that once that application is made, then a report will be triggered to come back to the chamber to return the rest of the property left over to buffer. But if I don't complete it, will sit on this outstanding resolution for years, because it may take some years for that to be completed.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or any other comments about the outstanding resolutions list for September? If not, I'll put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. We have item 9.2, ordinary council meetings, December 2020 and January 2021. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the December 2020 and January 2021 council meeting report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you. And Councillor Littley, either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. The second item is that the ordinary council meeting for December be held in the Civic Centre on the 14th of December. commencing at 5:30 p.m. Does I have a mover for that? Councillor Littley, thank you, and Councillor Kemp. Do either of you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. The third recommendation is that the council meeting for the month of January 2021 be held in the Civic Centre on Wednesday the 27th of January, commencing at 5:30 p.m. Moved by Councillor Littley, seconded by Councillor Henderson. Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you very much. Item 9.3, the 2020 Local Government Association Annual General Meeting Appointments of Delegates. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the delegates report. Someone like to move that way?
Mayor Jenkins, I'm happy to move both of these items
On block? Thank
if
you,
that's
Councillor
agreeable.
Hales. Would someone like to second them on block? Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Anyone want to speak to them? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. We now have the Local Government Association President election, and I will do the first two recommendations together on block, if you're happy with that. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you. And do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Robertson, thank you very much. Does anybody want to speak to those first two recommendations on block? All those in favour? It's carried, thank you. The third recommendation is that Council resolve to vote for one of three mayors that are standing for the Local Government Association President. Councillor Henderson?
I'd like to recommend that we nominate Angela Evans. I believe that this position alternates between someone from Sarrock and someone from Garrock. And Angela is the only member of Garrock whose turn it appears to be this time round. So I'd like to suggest that we nominate Angela Evans for the position.
Thank you very much, Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder for that? You're seconding that, Councillor Kemp? We've got one. Let me just confer with the CEO about this. All right. I was just questioning whether or not because we've got a recommendation, not a nomination from Councillor Henderson, whether or not we see if there's a seconder, and if that's not carried, we go to the next one. However, the other way of doing it that CEO McCurdy suggested is that if there's more than one nomination, we go for a ballot. We've got a nomination for Angela Evans from Councillor Henderson and Councillor Kemp.
Sorry. My nomination is Mayor Karen Redmond from the town of Gawler, because I believe her qualifications will fit quite well within this role.
Can I ask
Councillor
a question? I thought you said that if there was a seconder for Councillor Henderson's nomination, then we'd carry through that process. So I had my hand up to second.
There were two options, and I think because there's more than one nomination, then we'd go with the ballot. Can I just draw your attention to, and I think Councillor Henderson said it, the local government constitution specifies that the office of president must be occupied on a rotational basis between a council member from a council in the South Australian Regional Organisations of Councils, so that's SAROC, and a council member from a council in the Greater Adelaide region, that's GAROC. And so that's usually done one way or the other way. I just highlight that in terms of the usual process that happens and the constitution. But we have Councillor Henderson, Angela Evans, Councillor Kemp, Gawler, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to nominate Mayor Wisdom. And I don't believe that, reading at least from the information given to us, she sits with the Hills Council, which is got 1 foot in each Garrock and Sarrock. So I don't know that she's one of those councils that is neither one nor the other fully. And I believe that she has outstanding qualifications for the future of the LGA.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. So what we will do is go for a vote. And if someone could move, we've actually got a mover on the, we've got Councillor Henderson has already moved. Yep. All right. So we now need, rather than Councillor Henderson moving recommendation 3, that's changed to a nomination. And we've got 3 nominations. So now we need to move the motion that the council appoint the Chief Executive Officer as returning officer for the purposes of a secret ballot to determine the Local Government Association President, and then on completion of the ballot be authorised to declare the successful nomination. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Littley and Councillor Kemp seconding that. Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Just a question in regards to some of the discussion that has happened in relation to this matter. If constitutionally the LGA needs a president from Garrock and the City of Charles Sturt is the only Garrock member, so the town of Gawler would be a Sarrock member then?
Yes.
That's correct. Does that mean that only one of these candidates is actually eligible to fill the position constitutionally of the association?
Through the Mayor, I actually believe that Gawler is in a similar situation to the Adelaide Hills in that they half sit in a Garrock and a Sarrock because they're half regional, half metro. And that's why they were able to take their nominations. We wouldn't have the nominations in front of us if they weren't eligible, is my understanding.
Exactly, yeah.
So we just need to make a decision and vote for one of them.
Are there any further questions? All those in favour? That's carried. Sorry, all those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
So for the benefits of a secret ballot, Karina is going to hand you a piece of paper. And if I could ask members just to put one name, your preferred candidate's name, on the ballot paper. So that would either be Evans, Redman or Wisdom. So please mark clearly just one name on your ballot paper and then it'll be collected. Thank you. So the ballot has been concluded, and with 4 clear votes, Angela Evans is the nomination from the City of Victor Harbor.
So we move to recommendation 3, that council resolve to vote for Angela Evans on the Local Government Association President. Councillor Henderson and Councillor Schofield seconding that. Does anybody have any comments, want to speak to it? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. We now move to 9.5, and the first recommendation is that council receive and note the 2020 Local Government Finance Authority Annual General Meeting and election representative members of the Board of Trustees report. Someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Hales. And seconding that, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. There are 2 nominations that we need for the board members of the Local Government Finance Authority. We can do that the same way. If anyone has any nominations, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, I'd support that, Mayor. Same process.
Same process? Does
I'd
anybody?
move that, yeah.
So who would like to nominate somebody? Councillor Kemp?
Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I'd like to nominate Peter Field from the City of Tea Tree Gullah, a councillor, and Michael Rabbit, a councillor from the City of Unley. The reason why I've nominated these 2, from what I've read of their qualifications, they're young, only been a short time in the council area, and I guess they'll bring some freshness to the Finance Authority.
So Peter Field, and who was the other one? Michael Rabbit. Do I have any other nominations? Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'd like to nominate Annette Martin and Charles Mansueto, I hope is how you say that. I think these 2 bring a good mix. Annette having already served on the board previously, and both of them being professionals in the area, I think we'd be in good hands with them.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Councillor Henderson?
I'd like to nominate Karen Hockley.
Karen Hockley?
Yes.
Do I have any other nominations? We have 5 nominations. Peter Field, Michael Rabbit, Annette Martin, Charles Manistew, I beg your pardon, Mastuto, I beg your pardon not being able to pronounce his name, and Karen Hockley. I'll hand over to the CEO, who can conduct a secret ballot.
Just to clarify, I'll just get Karina will put up the resolution to enable me to do the secret ballot, but I'll just clarify the nominations that I recorded were Peter Field, Karen Hockley, Charles Manasuto, Annette Martin and Michael Rabbit were the candidates that I recorded. Is that correct? Missed Mr. Rabbit. Karen Hockley. So when I would do the ballot, I'll get you to move the resolution first and I'll do the rest of the explanation.
The resolution moved by Councillor Schofield and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Thank you. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you.
So it's going to be a little bit different to the last time. Karina will provide you with a ballot paper and I need you to clearly mark 2 names out of the 5 that you have selected from the listing. So please don't include any other names that are not on this listing that you've just identified. So from Peter Field, Karen Hockley, Charles Musuto, Annette Martin and Michael Rabbit. if you can clearly indicate 2 candidates on your piece of paper, so I can then try and count accordingly. Thank you. Sorry to take some time. It's a good little break. So from the ballots with 6 votes was Martin, Annette Martin, and with 4 votes was Charles Mensuto. The other candidates received 3 votes, 2 votes and 3 votes.
Thank you, Victoria. So the recommendation is that council resolved to vote for Annette Martin and Charles Mansuto to be the representative board members of the Local Government Finance Authority of South Australia. Moving that way, councillor Hales, and seconding that, councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 9.6, the South Australian Civil and Administrative Tribunal Order. The recommendation is that council receive and note the South Australian Civil and Administrative Tribunal Order report. Moving that way, councillor Henderson, and seconding councillor Littley. Either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp.
I'd like to do an amendment to this motion. The amendment would be the council not to receive and note the South Australian Civil Administrative Tribunal Order, Councillor Peter Charles report. I'll speak to the amendment. The reason why I'm putting this amendment in, because I believe under the findings from the SACAC...
I'm sorry, councillor Kemp, it's the complete opposite to the motion, so that you can't move an amendment on that basis.
All right, I'll move an alternative motion afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was, so that motion was moved by Marilyn Henderson and seconded by councillor Littley. Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Councillor Kemp, you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I won't be supporting this motion due to the fact that through the findings of the SACAC Tribunal on sections 4, 5, 6 and 7, I find there are errors in the findings which are not quite truthful in the findings, which puts the actual findings in dispute. And I think as a council we can't accept that because of those errors. And really are the findings valid, reliable and fair on Councillor Charles, because it puts a perception or some type of idea to the community of the person or character that he is, which is really not quite true according to these findings. So that's why I believe we can't accept these findings.
Thank you, councillor Kemp. I note that the recommendation is to receive and note the report. It's not accepting the findings of the report, but thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Glasbrook.
Just ask a question if I could. Item 7, and there's a word there that I can't pronounce, I'm afraid. But the second part of that is mentioning that council lodged an interlocutory application in which it sought orders that the respondent be reprimanded and that he be suspended from his office as a member of council for a period of 2 months. So that's council requesting the tribunal, that's what they requested. Is that what, do I understand that correctly? Yeah. That just seems like a very unusual process. I'm not into these things, but why would we send a person to a tribunal, which the Mayor just stated earlier was an independent authority, to determine a penalty, which was straight from the Mayor's words earlier, but then recommend a penalty? It doesn't make sense to me. Surely if council decides to send someone to a tribunal, it will be the tribunal's job to determine their punishment. So it just doesn't add up to me.
Through the Mayor, I'll try my best to respond to that. The provisions within the Local Government Act which state that you can only lodge an application with SACAC under a recommendation from the Ombudsman. SACAC has various powers. It can impose a fine up to $1,000, it can suspend a member for up to 2 months, or it can dismiss a member from office. So council was articulated what it was looking for. It didn't want to fine Councillor Charles of $5,000. It didn't want to remove him from office. Our recommendation was for a suspension. So the council was able to specify what it was looking for in terms of its recommendation from SACAC. from the Ombudsman.
Have
No, as
you,
I say, I can't understand that process, why you would send someone to a tribunal and then suggest to the tribunal what penalty they would get. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. That's just my opinion.
Again, just to clarify, the council's required, because we actually have to make an application to SACAC. It was a new exercise, obviously, for this council as well. The tribunal also has the ability, and which it stated very clearly at each of the hearings, and Councillor Charles was made very aware, that after its own determination of all those findings, SACAC could have dismissed the case as well and imposed nothing.
Councillor Kemp, you've got a question?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Just again on that point, CEO, when you mean council, do you mean the council as a chamber as a whole, or you're talking about administration made that application? Because we understand the application is not final, it's up to SACAC to determine that way. But I thought the resolution that was passed was left at that the obtain a penalty from SACAC, one of those areas, and there's nothing in the resolution that we passed was that we would seek the lottery application. So was that under your authority, not council or chambers?
So the resolution of the chamber was to impose a fine, a period of suspension or some other penalty upon Councillor Charles. It didn't look to essentially remove him from office. So the choice was of a fine or a suspension. And yes, I put the provision was for a suspension, not a fine.
A question again, thank you, Mayor. Do you have the authority to do that, or did it need to come back to chamber for the chamber to make the decision as to how or what goes to SACAC?
I didn't believe I had to come back to council. It was through advice that I received that I could have actually imposed or put both, that he receive a fine and a suspension. So I put forward that it was suspension. Again, it was up to SACAC to make that determination. SACAC may have found that the provisions of the breach were even greater and could have imposed a disqualification. So I recommended a suspension rather than a $5,000 fine.
Sorry, just a follow-up question. Look, I do apologise. I don't think you answered the question. The question was, did you have the authority, or does the chamber has the authority to make that application?
I did answer your question the first time. I didn't believe it needed to come back to the chamber. I had the recommendation from the chamber and I put the recommendation, the interlocutory order in to SACAC.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, one comment as well. I mean, earlier tonight, I think this chamber heard the word spoken that the chamber had no part in the determining what the level of suspension would be. My question is in relation to this risk assessment. I'd like to know, this relates to an earlier thing where I wasn't allowed to ask a question, but I find sometimes the wording that we put into these risk assessments to be really very confusing. This one here says that on this one, the reputation, that's the reputation of the council, that it is very likely there will be a moderate level of community concern and attract significant media coverage, which may have some effect on council's reputation. This risk is assessed as high. What is the risk that is being assessed as high? That there'll be moderate level of community concern, or there'll be significant level of media coverage? Because my understanding of why we include risk assessments into everything that we do in relation to these recommendations is that we're going to do something about it, either mitigate the risk or avoid it, manage it somehow. So what does this reputation risk assessment actually mean?
Through the Mayor, the risk assessment is the risk assessment and it's stating against a matrix. So my assumption would be in writing a report, it is likely there will be some community concern and likely there would be media attention. So based upon the risk matrix that we would assess that against, a reputational risk, that it would fall in the category of high because it's very likely. And so I have a responsibility to present any report to the chamber which outlines the risks. Reputational risk is one of those.
Okay. There you go.
Is there any further commentary in relation to that recommendation? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you.
Call a division, please.
All those in favour? Councillor Henderson? Karina to catch up. Councillor Schofield? Councillor Littley? Councillor Mann? Councillor Hales? And against? Councillor Robertson? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Glasbrook? That motion is carried. We now move on to item 9.7.
Sorry, Mayor Jenkins, I said I had an alternative motion on this item.
The motion, if the motion was lost, you had an alternative motion because your motion was the opposite of this one.
No, that was an amendment. I said I had a motion I want to put to this after this one.
It's a motion without notice. What is your motion?
The City of Victor Harbor returns the SACAT Councillor P. Charles report due to the errors in the findings and request a dismissal of the penalty. I'll have my reasons for that and I can explain that if you want me to continue.
I don't think council has got the power to, this is a court, SACAT's a tribunal, and I don't think council has the power to refuse the findings of a court of law or a tribunal. So I don't think your motion.
Well, I have on reasonable good authority that council can return the report stating the findings are incorrect and misleading, and because it could be a miscarriage of justice because the findings are not correct, then it could be deemed to be dismissed, and that can happen.
Well, we can leave it up to the chamber. We can leave it up to the chamber, but I would think that that would be ultra vires. I don't think that that is something that council has the power to do. There has been a finding made by the Ombudsman, and then the SACAT has made a finding in relation to what the orders are. It is not up to the council to tell SACAT that they are wrong, but I'm happy if you want to put that motion to the floor and can see where it takes us.
I'm not quite sure it would be ultra vires because all we're doing is returning a report which we believe has errors, even though we've accepted it and noted it.
What is your motion, Councillor Kemp?
Okay, my motion is that the City of Victor Harbor returns the SACAT Councillor P. Charles report due to the errors in the findings and request a dismissal of the penalty. The reason why I say that is because out of items 4, 5, 6 and 7, you know, there's statements in there which are not correct. And I think once the findings are incorrect, I think there's an opportunity for the tribunal to revisit this and to actually dismiss it. And that normally happens in any type of courts where there's a technicality, but I think that's an opportunity where we need to be considering that the tribunal must get their findings correct and factual and not actually put stuff in there which is misleading or wrong.
Are you saying item 4 is wrong?
4, 5, 6 and 7, I believe, are incorrect and are misleading because they're statements there which are not quite true to exactly what had happened. I can certainly articulate that later on. I guess it's really along the lines of the talks about item 4, talks about the Victor Harbor Community Action Group actually received that they were part of an email system which actually was CC'd in. The actual original email was addressed to the CEO. The other, number 5, that is claimed that the information released by Councillor Childs would enable informed debate in the community about contentious issues. The fact is that what I've found, and in the last 12 months, no one's come to me, and I don't believe anyone's come to any other elected member in this chamber, concerned about the issues that was released. So it wasn't in the community as a total debate and informed discussion. It only went to the action group. And the other one is, again, it's just going on with the email was actually with the CEO in the first place. And again, it goes back to the issues, I believe, but I know the CEO's already spoke about the interlocutory process that she made the decision to do it and not chamber, which can be debatable, that maybe in future we should look at that. But I'd like to take leave of the meeting to read out a email that I received from the Community Action Group on their issues, because they were named in the findings and they like to put their point of view to
I'll just
support
ask
this
the
motion.
meeting if you can take leave of the meeting. Those who are happy.
Excuse me, point of order. Do we need a seconder for the motion first or not?
Well, Councillor Kemp is still giving his preamble, his 5-minute talk, but he wants to take leave of the meeting to include this email as part of it. I'm just asking the chamber if they are happy with that. If there's more than 2/3 that are happy with that, then he can include that. If there's less than 2/3, then I'd ask him not to include that. So those people that are happy for him to include that as part of his preamble with his motion. Those who are not happy. Sorry, you don't have leave of the meeting to do that, Councillor Kemp.
Yeah.
Do I have a seconder for Councillor Kemp's? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Did you want to speak to it?
No, Mayor.
Does anybody else want to speak to it? Councillor Hales?
Mayor Jenkins, I would like to move a formal motion that this question lie on the table. I think there's some legal ambiguity around what we're doing and we need some time to get some clarity on that. And so I move the formal motion that the question lie on the table.
Do I have a seconder for that formal motion? Councillor Schofield? Put that formal motion to the meeting. All those in favour of the formal motion? Those against? That's carried. Thank you.
Call a division, please.
Yep, okay, you can have a division on the formal motion. All those in favour of the formal motion that lie on the table is Councillor Henderson. Councillor Schofield. Councillor Littley. Councillor Mann. Councillor Hales. And those against, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Glasbrook. That is lost. Oh, that's carried. I'll just ask the CEO to get some legal advice in relation to your motion, Councillor Kemp. So now we go to item 9.7, the Australia Day Awards selection panel. I'll do the first two recommendations together, that Council receive and note the 2021 Australia Day Awards selection panel report. And the second one is that Council call for nominations via an advertisement on Council's website and in the Times for up to 3 community representatives to join the elected members on the Australia Day Awards selection panel for the 2021 awards. Do I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Kemp. And seconded by Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? Not. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. I'll now call for nominations for the Australia Day elected members, their selection panel. Councillor Henderson?
I'd like to recommend Mayor Jenkins.
Thank you. I'm happy to accept that. Any other nominations? Councillor Kemp?
I'll nominate myself to be on that panel.
Thank you. Any other nominations? If there's no other nominations, then I can, we don't need to worry about item 3, recommendation 3, and in recommendation 4, the recommendation be that Council appoint Mayor Jenkins and Councillor Kemp to the 2021 Australia Day Awards selection panel. So are there any other nominations? In that case, then, do I have someone to move that recommendation? Councillor Littley, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Henderson. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. The recommendation 5 and 6 I'll do together. Recommendation 5, that nominations for the 2021 Australia Day Awards for the City of Victor Harbor be invited via an advertisement on the Council's website and in the Times during October-November, and that the Australia Day Awards selection panel assess the nominations and advise Council of the results of their review for a subsequent Council decision. Councillor Schofield moving that way, and do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hales. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. And just for the community and the gallery's interest, there is an extra category in this year's Australia Day Awards. In light of what's been occurring across Australia with the bushfires and COVID-19, the Australia Day Council has elected a new category, which is the Award for Active Citizenship, which is awarded to a person or group delivering outstanding work for an event or cause staged in the community during the past year. And in this case, the recipient doesn't need to be an Australian citizen. So I would encourage any community members that are listening to this to keep that in mind and put in a nomination for a particular person or an event or a cause or a group that has done outstanding work in relation to the difficult year that we've had. I now move to item 10. Although it is 7 o'clock, we're having a break at 7? Is it 8? 8. I beg your pardon. It seems like a long meeting already. Item 10, Community and Development, and item 10.1, the Draft Disability Access and Inclusion Plan. And I will do that recommendation on block. The recommendations that Council receive and note the inclusion plan report, and that Council endorse the plan for community consultation. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you very much, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Schofield. You seem to be doing all of the work tonight. Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'd just like to add in an extra word in one of the action items on 3.1 on page 100. Everyone's got it? The action item is 3.1 under accessible communities. Incorporate universal design principles in criteria for all new buildings and public projects and planning for programs, services and events. I would like to add the word existing with new and existing buildings, because this is a plan to give us direction on how we go to look at accessible communities for disability impaired people. So I think the cost of doing up our current buildings, and there's a number of them, to become a compliant is a huge cost, but I think that in a plan we should actually identify and note that we have existing buildings that needs can be up to compliance issues, and that can be done through our asset management plan over time, and we can prioritise which ones need to be done first, but I think we need to include that existing buildings in our plan.
Graham, do you want to respond to that? Oh, Leanne, would you like to speak to that, please? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, and thank you, Councillor Kemp, for your question. Yes, I'm happy to add that. I think it's a good point, and this is a draft, so we're really happy to take advice if there's anything that people would like to see.
Thank you. Leanne, I've got a couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Myself. Is the plan is going out for community consultation, and I'm just wondering whether or not it's available in Braille, or whether we have an audio copy of the plan for our community that disabled.
I've spoken to people who have vision impairment, and they have readers that they're able to. Most of our council documents are available to them via their readers. So yes.
Thank you. And what about an audio? Oh, I suppose we don't need an audio unless they can read them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions or comments in relation to those recommendations? If not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Leanne. We now move to 10.3. which is in relate, oh, beg your pardon, we've missed 10.2. 10.2 is the Genetically Modified Crops Management Act, and the first recommendation is that Council receive and note the Genetically Modified Crops Management Act report. Councillor Henderson moving that way and Councillor Hales seconding that. Either of you want to speak to the report? Anyone want to speak to the report? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. There are two recommendations there, option 1 and option 2. If someone would like to move.
I'd like to move option 1. Thank you, Mayor.
Option 1. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And Councillor Schofield, did you want to second that, or did you want to move option 2?
No, I wanted to move option 2.
I'm sorry, Councillor Henderson pipped you at the post. However, I would imagine that if option 1 is not passed, then I'd foreshadow that you could probably move option 2. Councillor Henderson moved option 1. Do I have a seconder for option 1? Councillor Robertson, do either of you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, my reason for going with option 1, I will explain at the end of my small presentation. First of all, I've looked at all of the feedback, and unfortunately, of all the respondents to our questionnaire, only 3 were primary producers. All of the others were not, and many of the other respondents don't even live in our council area. And apart from that, I'd like to just start with posing the question, what are we looking at here? The question that the South Australian government is asking is whether growing GM crops will affect the marketability of crops or the income ability of our farmers, basically. But what is a GM crop in the first place? This is, I think, an important question. It's usually a plant that has had its genetic code deliberately modified, sometimes by transferring genes from another species, but sometimes by simply switching on genes that are already in that particular plant. The reason for doing this is to create beneficial new characteristics for the producer in growing that crop. It may be additional nutritional value in that particular species. It may be improvement in crop yields. It may be for pest resistance or fungal resistance. It may be for drought or salt tolerance. These are the reasons scientists genetically modify crops. It's to improve production and improve health benefits. I'll quote one example. There is a Banana 21 project using GM techniques to produce bananas with increased levels of vitamin A. By increasing the vitamin A in this staple food crop, which is the staple in many parts of Africa, it's hoped that the project will dramatically reduce instances of preventable blindness. So that's just one example. There are only 2 commercial GM broadacre crops grown in Australia at present. One is cotton, the other is canola. And much of the discussion is about canola, and unfortunately it becomes a generalised discussion, which I believe it shouldn't. More than 99% of the planted cotton in Australia is GM. Most of this is to produce a herbicide-tolerant plant, but one example of the cotton is to have an inbuilt resistance to a pest problem. Other crops that are being looked at in Australia and may be trialled in the future are sugarcane, safflower, banana, wheat, barley, and white clover. And apart from that, what GM foods are available in Australia? Now, one of the arguments that some of our respondents put forward is that they don't want to be eating genetically modified foods. Well, I have to tell them that they already are. Many of the processed foods in our supermarkets are GM manipulated. They'll not say this. They don't have to be labelled as such because they're additives. This includes potato chips, margarine, corn flour, corn chips, corn oil, on and on and on. Many baked and processed foods, snack foods, breads, cakes, sweets, breakfast cereals, sauces, gravy mixes and syrups all contain GM material. So when people talk about keeping their food clean and green, well, what does that mean? Most people use the term organic and exclude GM crops as not being organic. Well, I have to tell you that GM crops are probably more organic, if you want to put it that way. If organic means not sprayed by pesticides, fungicides, and herbicides ad infinitum, then GM crops are more organic than other crops.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you.
Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak to this? Sorry? No? Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Glasbrook?
I don't disagree with the things that have been mentioned. I suppose, for my opinion, I won't be supporting this motion. We need to make this decision based on market and trade advantage, is what it says in the agenda here. So I believe that we have an opportunity to market a green environment. We don't have significant GM crop areas in our council, as far as I'm concerned, our council area. So I think we've got a great opportunity to market our trade advantage in green environmental produce. And it's interesting that Kangaroo Island is exempt because they've obviously capitalised on that for quite some time now. So it's interesting that it's okay for them, but perhaps not for us. So yeah, that's basically where I'm coming. I think that we've got a great opportunity here to increase our market and trade advantage. So that's why I believe that I'd be voting for option 2 as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Councillor Schofield?
I respect everything that my fellow Councillor Henderson has said, and I do understand where she's coming from, but I will not support the motion. Feedback from our agricultural group states that farmers in our region are not in supportive of it. If we have a look at South Australia as a whole, I think there's only one other council that hasn't voted on this yet, and we would be sitting in the middle of no GM crops. So I'm going to respect the farmers in the local region who have given feedback in the fact that they do not support it.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Robertson, you seconded the motion and I asked you if you wanted to speak to it. You said no.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, what's your question?
Through you to Councillor Schofield. On our agribusiness reference group for this council, there was no unanimous decision. There was completely divided. I'm just wondering where she gets the, where Councillor Schofield gets the information that there was any unanimity in our farmers amongst about GM crops.
Councillor Schofield?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that. I believe Beryl Price mentioned that in the briefing that she gave in this chambers, that the Ag Bureau were not in favour. That's where I get that from.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anything? Councillor Kemp?
Yes, it is an interesting, complex decision, isn't it, in the sense that on one hand you look at GM products, which is designed to be productive and, you know, increase in volume and provide you know, food for the world, but then you look at the natural, as Councillor Glasbrook has stated, which could reverse it by saying that it can't produce enough. So it's really a bit of a dilemma as to which way you should go to support GMN or non-GMN products. But yeah, I enjoyed the debate at this stage. I'm still trying to make up my mind which way to go, because I think they both had good merit. Again, it's I guess it's a bit of a time bomb, because eventually it will come. And I guess at this stage, people are looking at trying to stave it off, hoping that, you know, that the markets will come, you know, for our communities in the Southern Fleurieu to actually get on the wagon.
Councillor Littley.
I'm also on the fence here, no pun intended, because I'm on the fence with my fellow Councillor Henderson and Councillor Robertson as well. Yeah, I'm all for. I am actually all for progressing and productive farming using GM technology to get better outcomes for our farmers. I think for our region, though, at this point in time, I'm not in support of option one, and that being because I think our farming region here wouldn't get the level of benefits that we would have that we're looking at in this debate from GM crops at this stage. I think we're probably our strength is in our smaller farming operations and our more unique setup here, where we can do some more intensive farming. That clean green image comes through. So, but really, I'm sure that we're going to have this debate time and again, and I'm sure in time, and as things move and products come about, I'm likely to change my mind and my vote.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Does anybody else have anything they would like to add to the debate? With the leave of the chamber, I'd like to say a few words. Can I have a hands if that's okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. If I was going to be voting on this, and if it came down to me doing a casting vote, I would be voting against this motion. As much as I agree with a number of things that Councillor Henderson has said, I think that our farms, we don't have any GM cropping here in the Victor Harbour vicinity, though they're, we have small family-owned farms. And I think we need to look regionally and look at what our neighbours are doing. And I think the marketing value of having a Fluorio that is seen as clean and green and GM free actually holds a marketing advantage. And it's not going to be a disadvantage for any of our specific farmers here in Victor Harbour. So that would be the reason that I would be voting against this motion if I was going to be doing a casting vote, with all respect to Councillor Henderson, and the points that she makes I think are absolutely extremely valid, and I do agree with them. Councillor Henderson, would you like to close the debate?
I would love to close debate. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the reason I chose option 1 is because I think we should stop generalising about such things. And I believe that each crop should be selected on its own merit. Every crop will have a different outcome, a different purpose, a different reason why it should or should not be grown. Much of the discussion in this chamber tonight has been about better marketability for non-GM crops. Well, that is true of some. That's true of canola presently from Australia to Europe, but it's not true of every crop. Some GM crops are actually more marketable, and that hasn't come into the discussion, and it should, and it needs to, and that's why each crop should be selected on its own merits. When a farmer chooses to grow a GM modified crop, it still has to be approved. So that's not the end of the process. It's not as if every farmer is going to go out willy-nilly and sow genetic crops here, there and everywhere. That still has to go through an approval process. So instead of generalising, we need our primary producers to be able to choose individually what to grow, where to grow it, through the appropriate approval processes, and leave it up to the people who understand these things to make the decisions. And quite honestly, I don't think we should be making those decisions in this chamber, because I don't think we're qualified to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I now put option 1 to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That motion's lost. We now have option 2, if somebody would like to move that. Councillor Schofield, and seconded by Councillor Glasbrook. Do either of you want to speak to it? Councillor Glasbrook?
Yes, I'll quickly just add, I totally agree that we shouldn't be making the decision. 100% agree. I've got really no idea about genetically modified, but I do strongly believe that we have an opportunity to market our region. So I think that's where my decision has come from. There is a perception out there that, you know, this GM modified crops are bad. Whether they are or not, I wouldn't have a clue. But there is that perception, and I don't want that perception to damage our opportunity that I think this presents us and our region. So that's, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to option 2? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now move to item 10.3, which is the Round 1 Festivals and Events Sponsorship Program, the panel assessment. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the Round 1 Festivals and Events Sponsorship Program, the panel assessment report. Thank you very much, Councillor Mann, and seconded by Councillor Littley. All those in favour of receiving the report? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation is that Council provide $3,000 in-kind support as outlined in the report to the beachside markets in Ocean Street, and that the grant funding be provided conditional upon the applicant adhering to the conditions outlined within the Festivals and Events Sponsorship Program guidelines. The market site fee of $300 is based on the Esplanade location is paid for each market. Evidence is provided to council that a service club will be involved in the delivery of the market and that Victor Harbour service clubs and community groups provided a market site free of charge if requested. Moved that way, Councillor Littley, thank you, and is seconded by Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. Recommendation 3, that council provide $900 in-kind support as outlined in the report to Bike SA to support the 2021 Coast to Coast bike ride, and that grant funding be provided conditional upon the applicant adhering to the conditions outlined within the Festivals and Events Sponsorship Program guidelines, that the finish event is held on Soldiers Memorial Gardens and the road closures are limited to one lane only on Flinders Parade to minimise the impact in the town centre. Somebody move that way. Thank you, Councillor Robertson, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Recommendation 4, that council provide $200 ex-GST cash and $200 in-kind support as outlined in the report to the Encounter Celebrations organisation to support the 2021 Encounter Celebrations educational activities, and that grant funding being provided conditional upon the conditions outlined within the Festivals and Events Sponsorship Program. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Robertson, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Kemp. Either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. Recommendation 5, that council provide $5,000 ex-GST cash as outlined in the report to Event Managers Australia to support the 2020 Encounter Walk, and that grant funding be provided conditional upon the applicant adhering to the conditions outlined within the Festival and Events Sponsorship Program guidelines. Someone want to move that way? Councillor Schofield and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Either of you want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. Yes? Does anybody want to speak to it? Oh, I beg your pardon. Did you want to speak to that? Yes. We have actually gone through it. Have you got a question in relating to it?
I do. This event, is this going to, here it's mentioned that there's $5,000 cash being provided for this event. I would presume that there's quite a lot of road closure work and so forth associated with this, or maybe not. Is there any in-kind expectation?
My understanding of it is that there isn't so much road closures. It's a walk similar to the walk. You might remember that there was the walk in relation to depression and the Coast Trek walk last year. It's similar to that, and I think they're calling it Walk on the Wild Side, and it'll be along the Hyson Trail. So I don't think that there are road closures in other. It's from Granite Island to Waipinga, and there's short walk options. So there are no road closures as far as I'm aware that are related to it.
Or any other in-kind support?
I'd have to go back and look at the report to see if they wanted that. Graham, can you?
Yes, through the Mayor, just the report outlines in the table on page 140 what the recommendation entails, which is a $5,000 cash contribution for event operations and equipment hire. And the following page, on page 142, gives a little bit of detail, a couple of sentences. There were a sentence about the walk, the accessibility of the proposed walk. The merit that was considered by the panel. It says that the accessibility of the proposed walk to a broad range of people, both tourists and locals, and promotional of Victor Harbour's natural assets is strongly supported by the panel. So that's the basis that it's been recommended.
Yeah, I don't think they asked for any in-kind support. There wasn't any road closures.
Yeah, it doesn't look like
it was the money that they were after for event operations and equipment hire. Now we move on to items number 6, which is that the council provide 2,550 ex-GST cash and $1,192 in-kind support as outlined in the report to Henry Carter for the 2020 SA Viking Festival, and that grant funding be provided conditional upon the applicants adhering to the conditions outlined within the festival and event sponsorship guidelines. Moving that way, Councillor Littley, thank you, and seconding that, Councillor Kemp. Either of you want to speak to it? Councillor Littley.
Can I just say that this festival, given the current climate and the pressures on all events and festivals because of COVID restrictions and planning, can I just say that what an outstanding job it is to bring something like this to the table for Victor Harbour. It takes courage and it takes some smart thinking and bravery of Vikings maybe to have a go at it. So they're the types of events that we should be supporting and encouraging down here, so we have that variety and we keep things lively. So it's wonderful that it's come to the table.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And I think going on what you've said, Councillor Littley, I think this event has a huge amount of potential for post-COVID. It's been limited, the numbers have been quite limited due to COVID, and it's already sold out. But post-COVID, it has huge potential for Victor Harbour, especially when we're looking at wintertime festivals, which I think would be great. We now go to number 7, that council provide $3,800 ex-GST cash and $400 in-kind support as outlined in the report to the Victor Harbour Rotary Club to support the 2020 Victor Harbour Christmas Carols and Festival of Christmas, and the grant funding be provided conditional upon the applicant adhering to the conditions outlined within the festivals and events sponsorship program guidelines. Councillor Schofield.
Mayor, I'd like to declare a perceived conflict of interest in this, so I won't be voting on this matter. Or the next one, number 8.
Mayor Jenkins, I would like to similarly declare a perceived conflict of interest as a member of the Rotary Club of Victor Harbour. I'll be dealing with this conflict by leaving the chamber for these 2.
Okay, thank you, both of you. And similarly, I have a perceived conflict of interest. I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Victor Harbour. I have a perceived conflict, however, I will be staying in the chair, and if required to, I will vote on this because I think it is in the public interest, and I don't receive any benefit or anything out of voting for it, and I'll continue if I need to. Hopefully I won't. So do I have someone to move that way? Councillor Littley, thank you, and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to it? No? Anyone want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp?
More of a question, thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I know they're still going ahead with the Christmas carols. I'm just wondering how they're going to manage the social distancing for Christmas carols this year. Because the pageant's not running, the static displays, that's great, that's good. I'm just wondering, again, has council looked at their COVID plan on how social distancing will happen on the carols night?
Councillor Robertson may be able to answer that for you. He's more involved with those items than I am.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good question. My goodness, the hoops that I've been going through to make sure that exactly what you're saying happens. Yes, the area where the Christmas carols will take place is on the Soldiers Reserve. The area will be fenced. Forgotten how many COVID marshals there'll be, I think at least 5. There's going to be, people will be able to sit on the ground for the duration of the carols. The area is limited, I believe, to 700 people, and so it goes. There's a couple of other things as well, but I think we're going to make it. We'll be able to satisfy the police or whoever else is doing that. That the social distancing will be maintained.
Just a follow-up question, please, Mayor Jenkins.
And to add to that, the COVID safe plan gets sent to SA Health to endorse, so they'll be endorsing anything that they have.
Just the question which Councillor Robertson couldn't answer because it was addressed also to the council, is does the council have in place all the plans in order to give approval to use the War Memorial Gardens for the event, that, you know, council's happy with the COVID plan they have in place to support that?
Through the Mayor, so yes, we are. It's like no other events. It's the same as other events. Sorry, I don't know why I'm speaking. I think I'm tired. So yes, all events are required to meet all our risk assessment plans as they normally would now, which incorporate the COVID safe plans. Obviously, there are some events which require a management plan as well, and that depends on their capacity. So all those need to be checked, and all of these grants will be subject to meeting all of those requirements.
Are there any further questions or comments in relation to that item? If not, I'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Kemp, do you mind seeing if... Oh, we've got number 8. Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Councillor Harris can stay out. Number 8, that council provide 5,350 ex-GST and $1,672 in-kind support as outlined in the report to Victor Harbor Rotary Club to support the 2021 Victor Harbor Rotary Art Show, and that grant funding being provided conditional upon. And there's the 3 conditions there that I'll take as read. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you very much. And Councillor Schofield, thank you. Does anybody want to speak to this? If nobody wants to speak to it, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Do you mind getting Councillor Hales? Thank you. Thank you. Different doors. Number 9, that council provide $2,000 ex-GST cash and 300 in-kind support as outlined in the report to South Coast Triathlons to support the 2021 Victor Harbor Triathlon, and that grant funding be provided conditional upon the applicant adhering to the condition within the Festivals and Events Sponsorship Program guidelines. Do I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Kemp, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Number 10, council provides $600 ex-GST cash support as outlined in the report to the Victor Harbor Scouts to support the 110-year celebration open day, and that grant funding be provided conditional upon the conditions outlined in the Festivals and Events Sponsorship Program guidelines. Councillor Hales and Councillor Mann seconding that. Either of you want to speak to it? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Number 11, that council decline the application received from South Australian Athletics League to deliver the Fleurieu Milk gift under the 2021 Festivals and Events Sponsorship Program guidelines. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Schofield. Either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. As it stands and information provided to date, I can't really support this motion as there's not enough information as to the issues that are raised as to why this won't not be supported. If there is problems from the sporting clubs on these last two events, because it was sold in the previous years as a fantastic idea to bring athletics to Victor Harbour and to bring people to stay overnight to do the event. So the brief explanation here why it's not going ahead this year is very limited, and it doesn't give me the full confidence to support this motion in that respect. So if anyone who sat on the selection panel could give a more overview as to what the major issues are, it'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson, would you like to respond to that?
I'd be happy to respond. I was on the selection panel. Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Yes, in reply to your questions, this in theory is a very, very good idea and may be supported in the future, but this present application hadn't taken into account any communication with the clubs who also use that grant, and we thought they may have had some communication as to whether or not the space would be used or needed by any of the associated clubs at that time and on that date, and that hadn't happened. Also, the previous event hadn't been particularly well advertised and didn't have the support that it might have expected. And so the confidence wasn't there to support it this time round. But, you know, if those things are addressed in the future, then it's most likely this will be supported in the future.
Just to follow up with that, Councillor Kemp, as I was also on the panel, it just seemed that the event coordinators that applied had really left everything to the last minute. The communication was poor with the other clubs. They were very disorganised in terms of getting the event up and going. And we would like to see it happen in future, and we've let them know that we would like to, but they do need to actually get things in order before they apply for this sort of funding and ask that we can do it, because it does have great potential, but it's been quite problematic.
Just would like to talk to the motion now since I've asked my question. I still won't support it because I feel that it's one dropped, one lost, that, you know, it is a good tourist attraction. That's what we want, the visitor economy to come here. This is what it's designed to do. And that's why it's been supported. Yes, there was maybe some poor communication this time round, but I thought it would be an opportunity because of the attraction that it had, that the selection panel or the council could have made contact and really got them to move a little bit quicker or faster to provide, because of the benefits that would come to our area. So I have a fear that, you know, if we don't support it or them, they won't come back again at all, because I'll find another venue who will support them and go there. So I think this is not a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I might just ask Director Pathouse to respond to some of the queries that you had earlier on, and then I'll go to Councillor Robertson and then Councillor Littley.
Through the Mayor, sorry, I don't have any further information on the merit of the application, but I do know that part of the panel's role was to also balance the applications within the budget that's provided for the program. So a support to that level would end up also putting the program over budget as well.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor, a comment and question. Yeah, I also won't be supporting this. I think it's really disappointing that the league's request has been declined. If we recall back to last year, when the event was first held, that the there was a messy beginning to this. Presumably the league hasn't recovered from that. This is also a year when lots of things are messy. People are cancelling and then uncancelling all sorts of events, doing their best to fit in with all these restrictions and so forth. But it was universally agreed, I think, at last year's, as you were there also, that it was a tremendous night, and that the people who participated, one thing they all said was, we're looking forward to coming back again next year to do this again. I have a question to both Councillor Henderson and yourself. I mean, having seen that you're saying here that the Athletics League had not consulted with the with other clubs, presumably the cricket club would be one, because I guess the football club would have been done and dusted by its calendar. So was it just the cricket club, and did you not inquire of the league as to why they hadn't appeared to consult with them? Maybe they thought they were just applying for the venue and not having to consult with the clubs. That that by asking them to again go back and have another look at their application before cancelling it, because I do agree that this was from last year's experience, and this year again, by the look of it, it's going to be a bit messy as this league gets its act together on making applications. But they do deliver a terrific event that was also had no publicity at all, basically. Didn't even have an article in the Times. It was sort of one week it's not there and the next week it is, but it attracted huge amount of interest locally. And we are also looking into, investing in facilities for athletics down here. So my question to the panel who did this was, did you, having seen the application you got, did you go back and say, put it in again, look at these issues you haven't covered?
Through the Mayor, there will be a second round of applications available to this group. So they will have that opportunity in the second round. And I don't believe it's the role of the panel to go back to people and chase up questions. We, as a panel, we can only operate with the information in front of us at the panel selection. So they will have a second opportunity. And as Director Pathouse said, there's only so much money in the budget. And the truth of the matter is the other ones which were selected had more merit. And that's what it comes down to. And we have a scoring chart to ascertain the merits of each application.
I have another question, Mayor. The panel decided that, saying that all you're doing is looking at what's in front of you, but the panel also makes the comment here that they believe the time of the year for the event should be reconsidered. So you've got a vested interest into this. I don't know what time of the year they were put their application in to have it doesn't say here what time of the year it was, but what were you suggesting would be the optimal time for them to have the event down here?
I would have to take that on notice in terms of going back and having a look at the specific application and the time. My recollection is that the time that they proposed was the 23rd of January. And that coincided with something else that was happening in Victor Harbor, where there is, as Councillor Henderson said, the potential for them to put in another report and for the second round of funding. and then based on the feedback in relation to this, make sure that they've dotted their I's and crossed their T's and have contacted the clubs and the people that they need to contact. And there is quite a strict criteria that we assess these on. Councillor Littley.
Yeah, I had a question and probably a comment as well. My question was that with us declining this support at this time, does that signal the end of the event full stop? Or can they go out and get sponsorship, which they obviously have some sponsorship as well? Can they go and seek some more sponsorship? And I think the answer to my question, it sort of has been answered. They can still apply for another round, and that might mean that there's a different makeup of how they want that support, be it in kind or cash, depending on where they can get some funding from. It concerned me, Councillor Robertson said that last year's event was reasonably successful with the turnout, and it was a good event, well put on. So the Athletics League can get it together to put on a good event. But it concerned me when you commented that there was no publicity for it. It is the job of the event organised to generate that publicity. And if they're not going to do that heavy lifting, that's probably one area where they're going to fall down. So I think I will be supporting this decision, because I think that the organisers of this event need to show that they have got that capacity and need to put in that work as well, just as some of the other, or most of the other events that have been here, or all of the other events that we have supported, have demonstrated that they are going to put in themselves and not just hope that it comes together.
Thank you, Councillor Littley.
I have another question, please, Mayor.
Question, Councillor Kemp.
Two questions, one on finances and timing. When is the second round of the next grants to go be allocated? And is it true that we only have $2,636 left in the budget to allocate?
Through the Mayor, it would be anticipated that the second round will be offered early in the new year, in the new calendar year. And the balance, if all of the grants are acquitted, the balance would be for that round only about $2,600. Yeah, about $2,600. Yeah, correct.
You have a question, Councillor Littley?
Yeah, my question, I guess it kind of, half of it was answered. They can come back to us, but my original question was, I mean, have they indicated that if they didn't get support from council that they would walk away?
There hasn't been any indication in relation to that.
Okay.
If there are any other comments or questions? Not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour of council declining the application from the South Australian Athletics League? All those in favour? 3, 4, 5. And those against? That's carried, thank you. Number 12, council declined the application received from Fleurieu Equine Clinic to deliver the South Coast Singles Week event under the 2021 Festivals and Events Sponsorship Program guidelines. So thank you, Councillor Littley. Moved by that way. And Councillor Kemp or Councillor Mann, are you happy to second that? Either of you want to speak to that?
I'm just saying, just as we're going to go ahead because Councillor Mann would have missed out.
Yes, Councillor Mann, no more singles weeks for you. Anybody else want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, I had a good look at that proposal from that vet in Goolwa, and although there wasn't going to be much going on in Victor Harbor, it was all going to be happening down in Goolwa and places down there, that I thought it was, when you first read it, it looked a bit wacky, but when you looked into it further, I thought it was a terrific effort to think that up, to put in place some serious organisation intent, design in terms of what to be done over a period of a week or so. And I thought, well, that's terrific, you know. But it'll all happen down at Goolwa, and you know, if he gets to go ahead with it, I'm sure it'll be a very popular event in down in that part of the world. I think it's slated for February or something like that. So I thought it was terrific that a young person just starting up a business down here would think of an event like that, and I wish him all the best. Although I agree with the decision here.
No, thank you, and we do wish him all the best, and it'll be interesting to see how the event pans out, and if it's successful, I'd encourage him to apply next year. One of the issues with the panel was that it was a very early concept that he had. There wasn't any committee or any specific event that had been outlined and established, and so it didn't meet the criteria for the panel. Are there any further comments in relation to number 12? If not, I'll put that to the chamber. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. And number 13, that the Chief Executive Officer write to each of the sponsorship program applicants, thanking them for their submissions and advising of the Council's decision. Councillor Hales, thank you very much, and Councillor Schofield seconding that. All those in favour, oh sorry, I beg your pardon, Councillor Glasbrook, do you want to speak?
Yes, I was just wondering if I could ask the Executive Officer when she's writing to the athletics, if she could perhaps offer them a little bit of a hand. They might just need a little bit of a hand to get that back up on the roads, because I think I agree with the other members. There was so much excitement about that last year, and now it could be gone. So I don't understand why.
I'm happy to do so. Just for members' information, this is the first one they held was in 2019. It was in March, and it clashed with the triathlon. The second one they ran, which was this year, sorry, in January. Again, it was on a very busy long weekend, but unfortunately, the first time they ran it in 2019, they didn't have any funding from council. They sought funding for the 2020 event. So again, happy to share that information with them. That best they can continue the event.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Are there any further comments? If not, I'll put to the chamber. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Item 11, office closure and end of year function, 11.1. And I will do that recommendation on block, all three of them, if you're happy with that. I'm happy to move that way, Councillor Robertson. All right. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the office closure and end of year function report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield and Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to speak to it? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the closure of the office, depot and library from 12 noon Thursday the 17th of December for the purposes of conducting the organisation's end of year function. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, and seconded by Councillor Hales. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the intent here, but I think that, and notwithstanding the fact that the council organises an excellent end of the year party for the staff and elected members, and puts a lot of effort into it as well. But I think from the point of view of the council itself, that basically shutting for half a day the office for an office party is not a wonderful look. I know that this is getting to the time of the year when lots of people expect that, and it will come up again in item 3 as well, that there's not much to do and that the council staff isn't open, offices aren't open. But I think that from the point of view of there being an end of the year party on, that we could at least have a couple or one staff or whatever you think is a minimum number of staff to keep the office open on that day, even if it's just to record. I don't know what the minimum numbers are. CEO, I'm sure will be able to answer that, but I think it's important that we, on that day, that given that it's an end of the year party, appreciate everyone should be able to go to it, but I think it's not a good look that we close the office for that reason. Totally close it, I mean.
Councillor Italy?
Bar humbug. Our council staff and this chamber, our elected members, are working through one of the hardest years in the history. We've had staff who have gone above and beyond, who have had their lives turned upside down, working in divided teams so they can get through the COVID period and doing an outstanding job. I've got to say that for half a day to close the office, this office, when they've got through this year in such difficult times, and we've been really efficient, our staff have been, to even make a suggestion that one or two people might have to dip out of the party for the day to keep the office running. I don't think our community expects that at all. I might be completely wrong, Councillor Robertson, but I think our community would feel that our staff are let down if that they're not appreciated in doing the work that they've done this year. We've put together programs to help businesses through, support for people doing it hard. And I know there's been a hell of a lot of community support there, just that hand holding through a tough period. So I think our staff deserve to have our full support, that they can have their hair down, and we as elected members should be there supporting them, doing the stuff that they do. If we're going to do services, put us on the desks, put us on the front office desk. I'll put my hand up and do that so our staff can have a day off.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Councillor Schofield and then Councillor Henderson.
I support everything that Councillor Littley said. Our staff do go beyond. We've all seen that. And who knows when the COVID is going to really stop, and they still have to have restrictions. And of course, let's not forget we're going into the fire season, and that again is something else that puts an extra toll onto our staff. I believe every single one of them should be able to go to the Christmas party. And I also agree that I don't think our community would, condemn any of them for that reason. So, no, I support this motion.
Councillor Henderson, you'll be closing debate if you speak at the moment. You may just want to wait. Councillor Kemp.
More of a question to the CEO. I suppose the issue is not about the Christmas party as such, it's about the timing of it. Has any thought been given to whether after hours function would take place or a weekend function to take place to maintain the offices running so the staff can all attend and enjoy? Just wondering whether that's been a consideration
Thank you, through the Mayor. For starters, we refer to it as an end of year function because not all of our staff recognise or celebrate Christmas, so it's an end of year celebration. And yes, there have been trials, my understanding, with this council with looking at weekend or an after-hour function. It's never has been successful or well attended. And we are no orphan. There are many councils that will undertake this same process in which they'll close for a couple of hours to enable that celebration to occur. So all staff, because very, very rarely that all staff come together at the one time.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? If not, I'll ask Councillor Henderson to close debate. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start where the CEO finished off because I was going to say exactly that. This is the one opportunity that the very hardworking staff have to all come together in one place and relax with one another. And I think they really deserve this. They work hard all year, and I don't believe that the community would begrudge them half a day in the whole working year. And I wouldn't like to be the person who decides, the unfortunate one or two who would man the office while the others are partying. A terrible task to have to carry out. I fully support this motion. They deserve it.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And I wonder whether or not if there's any opportunities for any of us to staff the office. We've got 3 women here, so we can't man the office. But if any of us would like to staff the office and have that opportunity, then that might allow more staff to participate in the party.
Do I get the delegation powers of the CEO if I put my hand up?
I'll put my hand up. So that's to close the debate on that recommendation, and I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried. Thank you. The third recommendation is that in consideration of the public holidays on the 25th of December, 28th of December and the 1st of January, Council resolves to close the Council's principal office, library and depot from 2 p.m. Thursday the 24th and reopen 9 a.m. on Monday the 4th of January 2021. Do I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield. And seconded by Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to that? No, does anyone want to speak to that? I'll put that, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor. I think it's noticeable that on the next page, 146, that during this holiday closure time, that there will still be quite a number of staff who are still working at that time, particularly the public safety and inspectoral staff.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Schofield, did you want to close debate? I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. It is 8 o'clock. And so what we might do is have 10 minutes break, come back at 8:15. It's just 5 past, and then we'll go on to item 12 then. So see you at 8:15. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're up to item 12, Environment and Infrastructure Services and the bridge renaming, Back Valley Bridge 1 to Pioneer Bridge. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the bridge renaming report. Councillor Littley moving that way and seconding Councillor Kemp. Either of you want to speak to the report? Anyone want to speak to the report? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the renaming of Back Valley Bridge 1 to Pioneer Bridge. Councillor Henderson moving that way and Councillor Littley seconding that. Sorry, I thought that you were putting up your hand. Would either of you like to speak to that? Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I would. Very briefly, I'd just like to say I think it's great that we have an opportunity to recognise our history and people involved in that history, early pioneers who opened up the valley, who were not only courageous, but had a vision of what the area could become. And I think this is a very good idea.
Thank you. Councillor Littley, did you want to speak to it?
I will. Yeah, I concur. There's no secret that 3 of the councillors live in Back Valley, including myself. And we've had conversations around this in the past. I just wanted to speak to the name Pioneers, and I think that there's a bit of toing and froing about what's an appropriate name for this bridge, and we couldn't come up with a better description than Pioneers. I might have tried to throw in there the Rovers, because that's tied up with the football club that used to be out there right near the bridge, playing out there. But I think it's wonderful to recognise the people that opened up that land and that little pocket. And if any of our community haven't been out to Back Valley before, I encourage you to get out there and follow the Hyson Trail up through the up past all of our councillors' places, including mine. Just don't call my dog, and don't give her anything to eat, because she'll follow you through to Inman Valley or the other direction, and I'll get a phone call from the council saying, please come and get your dog. No, but it's wonderful to recognise, and if we can support this, would be great.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Robertson, you look like you were going to put your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I agree. I think fellow councillors from Back Valley have said it all. But I think it's also great that we're getting community coming out to say, you know, that we'd like to name some of the things that are going on. We have I put down here in my notes that to ask if we could add a recommendation for to say that there was not only the installation of a plaque, but to say that it was the Back Valley Creek that the bridge was crossing. All of our bridges here don't have the names of the rivers that they're crossing on them. Don't know why, but so it's a lot of stuff. And also while they're on this subject of Mr. James Windmill Porter, there is a stone can that's been stranded on the side of the Lower Inman Road on the left-hand side as you head out of Victor. That I believe that the Rotary Club was trying to organise. I think the council decision was that it was best to be replaced where it was on the previous alignment of that road. You were able to pull over to see the stone cairn, but now it's high and dry, 2 or 3 metres above the road level. But it's an important recognising agricultural achievements as well. That I hope that we'll be able to make a decision in council as to where that's going to be moved. I know that the Rotary Club is keen to do the work of shifting it.
Thank you, Councillor.
To a site where it can be seen.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. When we come to recommendation 3, you might want to to vary that recommendation, and I'll talk about that when we come to that one. But we're still on recommendation 2, which is endorsing the renaming of the Back Valley Bridge to Pioneer Bridge. Does anybody else want to speak to that? Not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Robertson, in recommendation 3, you might want to move that with a variation that that with a comma after the Back Valley highly productive and name the river in which the bridge crosses on the plaque. Add that to the recommendation if that's what you would like to do, or whoever moves it.
Thank you, that sounds good.
Yep, so Councillor Robertson moving recommendation 3, but adding to it and I can't remember what I said now.
Yeah, let the Back Valley Creek be named.
Back Valley Creek be named on the plaque.
No, on the bridge.
Include the name of the creek on the plaque. Yes.
No, on the bridge, not on the plaque. I think that one of the things about that location.
Sorry, Councillor Robertson, I just want to get this recommendation clear, and then you can speak to it since you're moving it. To make the soils of Back Valley highly productive and include the name of the creek on the plaque. The plaque's going on the bridge, and you want the name of the creek on that plaque.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't think the plaque is going on the bridge. In fact, that would be a really crazy place to have it because...
I beg your pardon, then just on the plaque.
On the plaque. I think that the plaque is going to need to be placed, I guess, probably back on the Inman Valley roadside back a bit, because if someone wants to stop and read it, they'll need to pull off the road.
Yep. Well,
it's a busy road.
Wherever the plaque's put, that the name of the creek on which the bridge crosses is placed on the plaque.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. So moved by Councillor Robertson. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Littley. Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, Mayor, I think that, as I mentioned before, on the that we should be naming the creeks or rivers which our bridges cross. We don't have none of them that do that. And so I think that separately to the plaque, there should be a name on the, just prior to the bridge, which would be Back Valley Creek or whatever.
Yeah, council can do that separately. You don't need a motion for that.
Okay.
Through the Mayor, it's not that you don't need a motion for it, but I'm happy to take that on board and discuss with Karen in terms of when we're looking at our assets and the naming of our rivers. If I know signage seems to be a topic at the minute, so I think you probably want to deal with it separately to what you're dealing with now.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Littley, did you want to speak to that?
Just to say that I do support the idea of having the names of our rivers and creeks sort of marked consistently across the council region. They're a good mapping tool. People might know where they are when they're crossing, like people follow rivers and understand where things are and how things flow. So I guess that's important. But the acknowledgement of a plaque on a stone close by, naming that river, Councillor Robertson's right, it would need to be set back off of the bridge because it is quite a tight, narrow corner and a tight bridge with almost single lane traffic is required there. I think we've all found out when we've driven along there. So yeah, I support that.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? If not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move to 12.2, which is a new licence storage shed, Victor Harbour Oval. And I'm happy to do this en bloc if members are happy. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the new licence, the storage shed Victor Harbour Oval report. The second one is that council endorse the City of Victor Harbor to enter into a 5-year licence with no licence fee with the Victor Harbor Football Club for the use of a storage shed at Victor Harbor Oval, and that the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer be authorised to sign and seal the lease on behalf of the City of Victor Harbor. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Robertson and Councillor Schofield seconding that. Either if you want to speak to it. Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor, if I might, a question first, please. My understanding is this shed has not yet been erected.
The shed has been erected already.
Oh, yeah, that's what, so it's been erected by the football club or by the council?
By the football club.
By the football club.
By the football club?
Well, the Roos Club, there's a combination. It's cricket, football.
Yeah. So I'm a bit confused as to why that we would need to give them a lease. I guess would be as a license, but I would have thought it was a lease. If it's 5 years, why we have to do this? Why are we having a lease for this?
Because it's council land that they're erecting this on.
Yeah, but I get that. But I'm wondering why we make them take a lease out for 5 years. I think it's got no cost associated with it, from what I read.
Karen?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, it is simply because it's council land with the building or the shed owned by the club. It's a bit like our arrangement currently with the VIC building, where there's different arrangements for who owns the land, who owns the building. This is the legal mechanism to tidy that up, essentially.
Okay, all right. Yeah, this is good because I think it's good because we're hitting two birds with one stone here. One is this shed is going to be used for storage of this new mower, which is a good thing. I'm sure it's an expensive piece of kit, but also that that it's a good common ground for the football and cricket clubs to share the shed. They'll have to share the keys, and that's a good thing for them to work on that together. Might improve relations, and it'll also be a place where the thoroughly unsatisfactory arrangements for storing cricket gear, pump shed should be taken back to what it was, which was a pump shed. So yeah, I think it's a good move. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Schofield, do you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Glasbrook? No, no, I just saw your smile. I wondered whether or not you were. If not, I will put it to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. 12.3, renewal of sector agreement, the Resilient Hills and Coasts Regional Partners. And I'll do this recommendation on block unless anybody doesn't want me to. So does someone want to move the recommendation on block? Councillor Henderson moving it and Councillor Schofield seconding it. Do either of you want to speak to it? No. You have some questions, Councillor Glasbrook?
Well, yes, I do. I think that this is very heavily related to item 21.1, which is, 19.1, which is the carbon neutral motion that's coming up a little bit later on. So this group obviously is very heavily looking at these types of environmental issues from a collaborative point of view. I wonder, you know, if we're going to progress, for example, we're going to progress 19.1, why would we need this? Why would we need both? So I sort of wonder whether we should be discussing this at some stage as to how we move forward with this. I'm not against the idea. I just don't think we need to do it twice. We don't need to have two groups doing it from an efficiency point of view. Do we just need to encourage this Resilient Hills group to perhaps proceed a little bit quicker, or whether this needs to be discussed? That's what I'm trying to say. There's two items in this agenda, as far as I'm concerned, is very similar.
Through the Mayor, I'm happy to answer in part and then probably hand to Karen. The Resilient Hills and Coast, look, it is a collective group. There's no fees involved with this being part of this group, but it's about actually looking more broadly across the cities around climate, coastal mapping, what we build, where we build in terms of our planning codes from an environmental perspective. So it's across more broadly across all of the council areas and the state government. It's a partnership of looking at those mechanisms, where the motion on notice from Councillor Henderson, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's around the city itself, the organisation reducing its carbon emissions. It's more directly centred with Victor Harbour and what we can do in regards to our purchasing, our building management, the use of power and other mechanisms to reduce our carbon emissions. And also it's around partnering with our neighbouring council, because we've had the request from Alexandrina about doing something more directly where we can have a joint plan. So one is more broadly to coastal management codes and a government perspective as a whole city or a region, and it's more broadly in a region, it's the whole Adelaide Hills coast. And the one is Councillor Henderson's specific to the city and this organisation about reducing its emissions. So there are similar aspects, but one is much broader. I don't know whether Karen wants to add more.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, the climate change arrangement here has a really strong governance structure which allows for that collaboration across councils. It's been in place for a number of years, and that sector agreement is it's a non-binding in terms of outcomes, but does appreciate that collaboration across the boundaries. It has been in place for a number of years, and this would only be a further extending that arrangement. It really could help from a collaboration point of view, and in terms of being able to tap into funding and agreements together collaboratively with our neighbouring councils, whereas I saw the other motion as being more just City of Victor Harbour space, if I'm reading that correctly.
Okay, well, no, I'll accept that, although it's not necessarily that we're talking about collaborating with Alexandrina and Yankalilla. This is just Adelaide Hills on top, I think. And it certainly mentions in here, reducing greenhouse gas emissions by more than 50% below 2005 levels by 2030, for example, and the government is aiming to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Is exactly the same talk as what is in the later motion. It's just a different time frame, and as I say, from an efficiency point of view, I can't see the point in having two things going, but that's just me.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, I totally agree with Councillor Glasbrook. In fact, I'd go further than that. This particular agreement has got two major holes in it, or three actually, as far as I'm concerned. One is that there's no attempt made to try and factor out what kind of costs are going to be involved in this. Yet, in there, it's committing the various councils to significant costs with an open-ended arrangement on that. I think that the other hole is that there is no evaluation criteria in this as to how the program is going, how the individual councils are tracking in terms of their commitments. And we've seen that before as that, on a lot of things that where there's supposed to be collaborations with the councils, that some of them are pulling their weight one year and not the next, or there's no actual a constant stream of commitments to it. And the third one is that it's one of those programs that's running around committee structures at the governance structures that Director Rokitansky mentioned before. But to me, the real failing on this part, and something we must not let happen for ourselves here, is for the focus to be on education and education at the household level. I think we're kind of over this business of having an endless committees meeting on some of these issues. And a lot of the issues that are being addressed here, like the coastal hazard mapping, water sensitive urban design and so forth, we're already doing some, at least water sensitive urban design, but there's so much work to be done on some of the others, like coastal hazard mapping, that, okay, to what extent would, you know, what Victor's doing have any input into what either Yankel or Royal Alexandrine is doing. So, and here in terms of the risk assessment, the legal and compliance issues is that we've got to, signing this agreement ensures that City of Victor Harbor meets its obligations under the Section 16 of this Act of 2007 and agrees to keep working on the implementation. The risk is seen as low, but if you look at our history of making budgets available for environmental things, it's the risk is not low, it's high. So to me, I also struggle with stuff, you know, in terms of structures that have been set up by government, latest, these landscape boards. We'll see how they go, whether they're any better than the NRM boards, but from the primary producer's perspective, you know, it's not a lot of difference, and the NRM boards didn't do a whole lot. So but they're supposed to be taking care of some of the issues that are in at least the agricultural component of the land use in these areas. So, well, more committees, more costs, but without any solid, there's nothing in here which has got a program or an intent on evaluation of what's going on. And we know from our own reporting on environmental management issues that this is a major challenge for us as well, is to be able to report back on serious data, serious measures of what's going on. So yeah, that's my contribution.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Are there any further contributions? Henderson, do you want to close the debate? No? I will put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now come to the minutes of council committee meetings, and the first one is the CASPAC meeting of the 15th of September. First recommendation is the council receive and note the minutes of the CASPAC meeting held on the 15th of September. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, and seconded by Councillor Mann. Thank you. Either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Recommendation 2, that council approve the following applications for funding under the 2021 City of Victor Harbor Arts and Culture Grant Program for a total of $3,500. It's the Victor Harbor High School, $2,000, and the Victor Harbor High School Research Centre, $1,500. Do I have someone to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you, and Councillor Robertson, thank you. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Recommendation 3, that council approve the Sculpture by the Sea application, Sculpture by the Sea application for funding under the 2021 City of Victor Harbor Arts and Cultures Grants Program to a value of $4,250. subject to landowner consent, clarification of the ongoing arrangements for sculpture encounters, Granite Island, and tenure of the proposed piece. Councillor Henderson moving that way. Seconding that, Councillor Mann. Either of you want to speak to it? No? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I won't be voting for this, but anyhow, I'd like to know as a question, there's three issues in here that'll make this go if it's passed. One is that landowner consent, and my question is, I presume that's Department of Environment. Secondly, clarification of ongoing arrangements for sculpture encounters Granite Island, and I presume that's also something to do with the Department of Environment.
No, that's the Sculptures by the Sea. The first one, you're correct, that's the Department of Environment. The second one is the Sculptures by the Sea contract, which I believe is due to be renewed or not renewed by the Department of Environment in November or December this year.
That's what I said, was Department of Environment. Second one, ongoing arrangements for the contract, that's a Department of Environment thing.
Yep.
And the third one was the tenure of the proposed piece, whatever that means. I'd like to know what that means. Because to me, with these three conditions in here, you know, will it occur in 2021?
I'll ask Graham if he can perhaps update us.
Yeah, thanks. Through the Mayor. The tenure of the proposed piece is essentially what are the ownership arrangements, particularly given the context of the status of the Sculpture Encounters trail and its agreement with the department. So if the department was to expire and council was to invest its grant money into this piece, but it was a piece that was for Sculpture by the Sea, but then it no longer existed on the island after November or December, would that make the piece no longer be able to be sited on the island? So things like that. So really that's what the tenure is about. Is it the artists? Is it the departments? Or is it Sculpture by the Seas? Sculptures by the Sea, yeah.
Graham, just a question. The money is not going to the artist directly, is it? The money is going to Sculptures by the Sea? Is that correct?
That's correct. They're the applicant, yes.
Yep. Is there anything else, Councillor Robertson? No? Does anybody have? Councillor Kemp?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I'm not supporting this motion. Julie, on the last statement that money is going to Sculptures by the Sea, if it was going to the artist, I would have thought that would have been a better investment since it's a local artist. Because of those three issues around the Granite Island, Sculptures by the Sea, the contract with Jew and everything like that, if it does get renewed, and these are the what-if processes, and we've put money to sculptures, would that then open up the door for Sculptures by the Sea and say, well, come on, you've already supported us once, we want you to support us for the next 3 years. I know the debate going back, and I did raise a question about the motion that was put forward previously, and thanks for finding that. I think the argument was also in those days about Sculptures by the Sea that the Victor Council was not really into it. That's why Sculptures by the Seas went to Jew and got a contract with them, because the council didn't have a heart to go into it because of the costs and various things like that. I see this as a threat to council for future years if we do this. If this was for the artist, I think that may change it. If this was on our council property, I think that would add more benefit and value to our arts and culture process. So I see this as left field, and I just don't think it's worthwhile for us endorsing that. Maybe council could reconsider and talk to the artists and see whether they want to do it through the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, putting a grant funding in to have it done where we want it. and have it and not lose it, but not to give it to Sculptures by the Sea. I think that's not the way we should be doing it.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Is there any further discussion in relation to this item? All those in favour? Those against? That's lost. And I agree, Councillor Kemp, wholeheartedly with you in terms of if the money was going to the artist, then the artist has control over their artwork. However, the money was proposed to go to Sculptures by the Sea, and the artist may not have control over where the artwork is placed or what happens to that artwork. It could be done and then we could never see it in Victor Harbour. Which is a pity because the artist, I think, does some fantastic art. The next item is the number 4, that council endorse the concept design proposal presented for the Bay Road block mosaic and proceed with the project. Councillor Henderson moving that way, and do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Mann, thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that? No? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins, and I'd like to thank Director Pat House for producing an 11-page document late this afternoon or today for us to read on this subject. It gives more clarity around how this was changed. I guess there's a couple of questions to the CEO. One is about the transfer of funds from one financial year to another in this project, and could she please give a brief explanation on how that would operate or how did it work?
Thank you for the question through the Mayor. So the funds that were whipped were capital funds, so it wasn't operating funds, and we are able to whip over capital funds from one financial year to the next, and that was outlined in the budget information.
Thank you. The other area is, I guess, the reason why Mr. Padhouse gave a comprehensive research and 11-page document he produced to try and identify my queries about where was this mosaic, or sorry, the mosaic got changed from a painting to a mosaic. And I guess, you know, the clarity was very blurred through the whole process because still I can't see exactly a decision was made. There's a lot of interpretation, a lot of understanding that went around, a lot of conversation, but it didn't seem to me as to where the actual change of decision was done. So to me that causes alarm bells for clarity in future references to how we move forward with these types of projects. That if we go to a change from one year to another, we should be more clear and more sync about how we provide information to the chamber, so there's no confusion about the changes made, this is the resolution, etc., etc. I just wondered if the CEO could clarify the process and a little bit further along the lines of how can we improve on this process to ensure there's clarity and succinct information to the chamber.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Kemp. I guess in terms of previous discussions, it's highlighted for me if a member is required to possibly use or invoke section 18, it means that they don't have enough information. That's not a position I want to put any elected member in, so we need to make sure that in future that we take the members on the journey and we inform you along the way. And yes, the 11-page document did identify there was a fair bit of information that has been provided to members, but it's been quite spasmodic, and it's about bringing that together and making sure that members are well informed so they can make decisions. So I appreciate you raising that point, and I just need to make sure that you are more informed along the way, particularly in that project. And we've had a lot of things happening this year, so it's probably got not as clear as usual.
Are there any further comments or any further discussion in relation to that? If not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And the last one is that council endorse the name of the public art piece as the Murrawong Mosaic. Councillor Henderson moving that way and Councillor Schofield seconding that. Any discussion? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. 13.2, the Southern Communities Transport Advisory Committee minutes of the 19th of August. Would someone like to move The recommendation to receive and note those. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And seconded by Councillor Kemp. Either of you like to speak to it? Anyone want to speak to them? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee meeting minutes. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the minutes, and the second is that Council proceed to detailed design of Franklin Parade based on the revised concept plan. Are you happy to do those on block?
I'd like to discuss them
Separately?
separate. Thank
Sure.
you.
The first recommendation is receiving and noting the minutes. Councillor Henderson moving that way and Councillor Robertson seconding. Either of you want to speak to those? Anyone want to speak to the minutes? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. The second recommendation is that Council proceed to a detailed design of Franklin Parade pedestrian improvements based on the revised concept plan option 3 and consider the addition of an identified access car park at this location as provided in attachment B of the report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, and seconded that Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Again, it is about process and information. Again, there's been a revised concept plan, which I've seen tonight, which I can't read in the paperwork. So I don't really know what it's about. I can't really look at that option of voting for this at the moment, the way it's been presented, because I think there, again, in our discussions with this through various workshops, you know, it's very hard to see in the new revised concept plan because you're talking about moving bins, you're moving a telephone, which has cost a lot of money, where you can move the actual crossway 2 car parks down. You won't have to move any bins or telephone systems. You just move it 2 car parks. So I think, you know, I prefer at this stage to adjourn this item. So I move a motion to adjourn this item so the Chamber can revise the concept plan, have a good look at it, and really look at the concept that we could make it more cheaper in actually achieving everything that's been done. I don't understand why it's come through this Disability Access Inclusion Advisory Committee. I know they have input into it to ensure that disability access is there, but I thought it was more of an asset management or a capital project, which, yeah, I think I'm moving the motion to adjourn this till we get better plans to look at and have another discussion on trying to improve the design to make it more cost effective.
So Councillor Kemp has just moved a formal motion to adjourn this item. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Robertson. So I'll just wait for Karina to catch up. Enable further information. Thank you, and that was seconded by Councillor Robertson. There's no debate on a formal motion. Oh, sorry. Councillor Robertson, you can't second the formal motion because you seconded the previous motion. Just double check the meeting procedures to make sure that that's correct. You can. I beg your pardon, you can. There's no debate on a formal motion, so I put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's a tied vote.
Excuse me, may I ask a question of the CEO?
Not at this
Not at the
point,
moment.
not on a formal motion. This is being a tied vote. While I'm satisfied that this has gone through the Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee and has been to council before and is just having a couple of small adjustments made to it, and I'm happy when I look at the plan to see the revised concept plan to see what option 3 and the identified access car park is. At attachment B, I do appreciate that for at least 2 councillors, they need further information. So I am going to support the formal motion to get the further information and to have this included at a workshop and be brought back to council at a subsequent meeting. I'm only supporting that not because I think that we need it or that I need it, but I'm supporting the councillors who believe that they need it. So that formal motion is carried with the casting vote of the Mayor. Item 13.4, Recreation Centre Management Committee meeting minutes, and the recommendation is to receive and note the minutes. Councillor Schofield moving that way and seconded by Councillor Mann. Does anybody want to speak to those minutes? I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? It's carried, thank you. Fleurieu Regional Community Services Advisory Committee minutes, and the recommendation is that council receive and note the minutes of the meeting on the 8th of September. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you, and Councillor Mann seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. We have the subsidiaries and representative reports, and prior to moving the recommendation, I am aware that the Inman River Catchment Group has disbanded, and I'll just ask Karen Rochinski if she can provide us an update with that, and because it has disbanded, it can be taken off the future agendas. Karen?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I'm informed that membership numbers had declined, but also that was largely as a result of other government departments or agencies having jurisdiction for some of the areas that were part of the original terms of reference for that group, and there was no longer the appetite to continue that group going, although I understand members are interested in participating in other similar groups to continue their environmental work.
Great, thank you very much. The recommendation is that council receive and note the subsidiaries and representative reports for September. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you. And I have a seconder for that. Councillor Schofield. Does anybody want to speak to that or have any questions? Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, just a note, Mayor. I had sent a message to the council. I can't remember who, but I sent an email requesting that the Governing Council, Victor Harbor High School Governing Council minutes be included, and they aren't here. So I'm happy to hunt that email down, but yeah, I was hoping that those minutes would be in.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Does anybody else have any other questions or any verbal updates? If not, I'll put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Item number 14.2, Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority, request for an extension. The first recommendation is that council receive and note their request for extension report. Does someone want to move that way? Councillor Hales. And seconded by Councillor Kemp. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson? This is just receiving and noting the report.
Okay. No, no, I don't wish to speak to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. The second recommendation is that council extend the due date for the provision of the Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority annual report incorporating audited financial statements to 31st of October 2020, with the draft financial statements to be provided for the audit by the 30th of September 2020. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield? And Councillor Littley? Either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson and then Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I find this really disappointing. It seems that ever since this Horse Tram authority's gotten going, that we're forever waiting, whether it be business plans or other statutory, well, not statutory, obligatory documents. The management and the board would have well understood that the timeline was 30th of September. There's been extensive periods of time over the last quite a few months when the activities of the horse-drawn tram were not fully operational. That why is it that these deadlines have to be missed? To me, is it on the one hand, as I believe, an attempt here to say, oh, we can't get the audited statements together because we have to wait for the Victor Harbour Council auditor to do his job in the middle of October, so therefore ipso facto he definitely can't have the audited financial statements ready for a 30th September submission, so we can take it on till the end of October. I think this is pretty lame stuff. They've known for months that this is has got to be done. I mean, are they ready? Whether or not the auditor's ready, are they ready with the accounts? Are they ready with their annual report, which should have been ready by the 30th September? And one shouldn't hide behind the other. So to me, I wonder why the Horse-Drawn Tram Authority just rolls over and says, yeah, we ought to do this. What's going on there? That now they're going to put it off until the end of October. This is the start of the time of the year when horse-drawn tram activities will be cranking up. And if they haven't got it ready by now, at least if they could have said, well, here it is, council, 30th of September, we can't give you the audit statements, but here's the annual report, or the final draft one, and here's our statement of accounts as best we can at this stage. They haven't been audited, but we're ready to go. But no, it's just put it off until another month. I think this is not good stuff. I don't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
And I see no explanation in there as to why this situation came about either.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. I've got Councillor Kemp, then Councillor Littley, and I will let Kelly respond, but I might ask you to respond at the end, Kelly, because there may be a few questions for you. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Similar to Councillor Robinson's comments, if this was the first year of the authority and their timelines was tight, and yes, you can accept that process. Now, they've been operating a fair while now with a full-time manager, and they're still struggling to meet their commitments under the Charter, which they have to be responsible and accountable for. Now, it's us here as a council who holds the authorities accountable, same as the FRACA. You know, the council will put comments back to them about get your game together, you know, do this, which they have done, and about confidentiality of minutes and things like that. The authority's taken that on board and moving to change that. So why are we so softly with the Horse Tram Authority where, you know, they have been operating full time? I don't believe there's any excuses or no excuses been given. I just see this as either, without sort of putting the authority down, I think they need to be very conscious of their responsibilities and accountabilities, which I don't think they are. It concerns me as an authority, considering the amount of money that the Horse-drawn tram loses, and they haven't produced anything yet which shows that they will make any inroads into the deficit. Yet we can't hear now. They could have contacted their auditors at any time to get their statements audited, ready, and have the annual report done. So I can't understand why that hasn't happened with a full-time manager in place. COVID-19 put a little bit of hiccup into the systems, but also it slowed down and the horse tram wasn't running. So you would have to ask the question sometimes, manager, you know, why that was happening with a leading hand looking after the horses, and that could have got onto the financial side of it. I'm not quite sure what backroom work that our council does. I know they do support the authority in that area of finances at times. So again, it's, I just think the board is maybe not really due diligent in how the authority is running by making everyone responsible and accountable and relying on council's goodwill to roll over and give them a way out again, because they are not learning their lessons in this area of how you manage an authority. So there are problems, I believe, in the functionality of the board in doing its job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Littley?
Mine was a question because I didn't take the opportunity to speak as a seconder, so mine is a question.
Point of order. Councillor Robertson wanted to speak earlier after seconding was disallowed, I believe.
It was allowed a question.
Councillor Littley's got a question.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were speaking. You can say as much as you like, we just got to be consistent.
Yeah. I was just saying mine is a question, and that is with regards to, I'm reading through here, and it's perhaps Kelly would be the right person to answer. Are we aware that the status of the draft annual report and their draft financials, it says here to provide those draft financial statements by the 30th of September, which is in 2 days' time. Are we aware that they're going to meet that deadline? And as a comment, I do completely agree.
Sorry, Councillor Littley.
Tried it.
You tried. I'll ask Councillor Henderson to speak, and then I'll go to Kelly.
I think I'm probably going to take up the point that possibly Councillor Littley was getting to. The original deadline was 30th of September in 2 days' time, which obviously is not going to happen. Therefore, I see it that we need to give feedback that, yes, deadlines have to be addressed in the future, and make sure that happens in the future. This deadline obviously isn't going to be met. So in my opinion, we don't really have a choice but to accept that there will have to be a later deadline.
Thank you. Kelly, can you respond to some of those comments, please?
Thank you, through the Mayor. To be perfectly honest, I share some of the frustrations that some elected members have brought up. And in terms of the subsidiary, it is an expensive and time-consuming model for something like the Horse Tram Authority, and there's a lot of governance and a lot of legislative requirements that could be seen to be overburdensome on such a model on that scale. So it is difficult, and in particular, the General Manager is very much dealing with operational issues much of the time. So keeping on top of all the governance and legislative requirements can be challenging. In terms of the financial statements, I have been provided with the draft financial statements today. I was provided with an early draft late last week, and I have got those today and have had a review of those. So the authority has actually met that deadline that it was asking for, knowing when the external consultant was going to do those. In terms of the annual report, it's being worked on now, and I'll need to keep following that up to see how that's going in meeting the deadline that they've asked for. In terms of the timing, obviously the charter, the terms of reference allows for it to come to council earlier so that we can then include it in ours. So whilst the timing's not fantastic, we can accommodate that in terms of what the Horse Tram Authority have asked for at this point in time, and still meet our legislative guidelines as well. So I think that covered most of the items, but I'm happy to answer any further questions if I've missed something.
Thank you, Kelly. Councillor Kemp, have you got a question?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Kelly, would it be through yourself or through the CEO that some type of notification to the board about their tardiness in this area, and maybe the manager should maybe concentrate on the financial administrator of that? The Aquatic Centre has the same problem, but they're meeting their requirements.
Thank you, through the Mayor. In terms of feedback, it's probably feedback to the board itself to ensure that the resources they've got are in the right place, and that whoever they decide needs to be in charge of their governance and legislative requirements has the resources they need to do the work in the timelines that are required.
Councillor Glasbrook.
Thank you. Yeah, well, as our Manager of Finance just said, this is a very burdensome system, and it's what I've been saying ever since someone came up with a great idea. And I think it's time that we sit down and maybe consider that it might not have been the right decision, and perhaps we should change it. Because in their defence, having been on the Waste Authority for such a, for 6 years now, on the Audit Committee, and looked at their budgets and looked at what they have to do, this authority has got so far to travel. They're going to need so many more employees. This is just the beginning. So I think we just need to make a hard decision and sort it out. But that's only my opinion. And this is another classic example. This has been one after the other. So it's not, in a way, I'm sticking up for the Horse Authority. It's probably not their fault. It's just they're in too deep. It's too hard. It's not fit for such a small business, really, in my opinion.
Does anybody else want to speak to this motion? Councillor Robertson, have you got a question? You've already spoken.
Question, thank you, Mayor. Yes. Through the Mayor to Kelly, on page 301, the very last paragraph there, this is the letter from the General Manager, which says, and I quote, "As the authority becomes more independent from council," could I ask to Kelly to give her assessment of how much work the council does for the authority and how much it's doing on its own?
Through the Mayor, yes. In terms of that being independent from council, obviously as a new subsidiary, there was substantial work done by council, particularly in administrative and governance areas, for a significant period of time. The authority has been moving away from some of that support and some of the the procedures and processes that have been put in place to really help the authority and particularly the general manager move into making sure that they have the deadlines and the time frame set and calendar reminders and things like that to keep going. It's still reasonably dependent upon council in terms of governance and legislation, and doesn't really have the expertise in some areas to allow it to be fully independent from council. And that will probably always be the case, considering council is essentially the parent of the subsidiary, with still providing things like records assistance, IT support and those type of things. In terms of the financial support, the authority is looking after their own creditors, debtors, and those sort of day-to-day processes, so that we have moved away from that, and they've also taken on their own payroll. So we're slowly migrating and moving things across as the processes and procedures get done, but there's still a reasonable amount of support required.
Thank you. Councillor Schofield, do you want to close the debate if there's no further questions from anyone else? Sorry, do you? That was moved, Councillor Schofield. Do you want to close the debate?
Well, I will. I understand the frustration of the elected members. I can very much relate to that. There's a lot of things that are happening down at the horse tram that the Chamber's not aware of, and a huge amount of work being done by the manager. I guess as a board member, then I apologise if I haven't done my role as a board member to ensure that these deadlines are made. But the horse tram is operating the best I've seen it in the 6 years that I've been involved. So I'll take on board your comments and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now have the member reports and the recommendations that council will receive. Note the mayoral report. Someone move that way. Thank you, Councillor Hales, and seconded Councillor Henderson. There's no discussion. All those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. The recommendation is that council receive and note the elected member reports for September. Moved by Councillor Hales and seconded by Councillor Littley. There's no discussion. All those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. There are no matters of urgency. There are no questions on notice. There are no questions without notice. Councillor Kemp, you have a question without notice?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Through you to the CEO. Is the CEO able to give us an update on the Anchorage project with the car park aspect?
I am to a certain extent, but some of it I'd still need to do in confidence because there is still some confidentiality items still surrounding that. And I'm happy to do that when we are in confidence. So.
No other questions without notice? We now have a motion on notice. Carbon neutral entity by 2025, Councillor Henderson. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the motion on notice. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson and Councillor Hales seconding that. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Henderson, would you like to propose your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to say, first of all, I'd like to take into account the recommendation by administration and take all of section 3 as the beginning of that motion up to where the brackets begin in section 2 and combine those two if you like.
As it reads on the board at the
As it
moment?
reads on the board now. So that council give consideration in the 2021-22 annual business plan and budget to develop a strategy and budget to enable the City of Victor Harbor to become a carbon neutral entity by 2025, including but not exclusively taking into consideration solar power on all council owned buildings, plus battery storage, wraparound solar panels wherever appropriate, electric vehicle purchase wherever possible, biofuels where electric is not suitable, carbon sequestration, additional tree planting, etc. And that this be incorporated into our environmental management plan, our community plan 2030, and our long-term financial plan.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hales, thank you very much. Do you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp and then Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'm not supporting this motion due to the fact that the cost factor is going to be huge when you start going down this path of the climate change aspect and what we have to do. At item 12.3, renewal of the sector agreement with Resilient Hills and Coast Regional Partners, the things they've achieved and gives guidance for council to undertake. Now, with our climate adaptation plan we have in place, the environmental plans, with the Resilient Hills and Coastal Regional Partnerships, and the recommendations comes out of that and the knowledge that comes out of that gives council, through its asset management plan, through its long-term financial plan and annual plans, to actually implement these things. And I know councils are doing it now. Councils looking at all these things and trying to work out a time frame to do it. Trying to put a 2025 deadline on it is going to be a huge cost, in doing that. So if that's the case, I'm afraid that do we have to sit in this chamber and say, well, there goes the Arts and Culture Centre because this becomes a higher priority because of our climate emergency declaration that we've made. Because once you made a declaration and you got this in place, then people will expect you will start doing stuff with it. And that could become a great cost to the community, which are we prepared? We are doing it slowly. Yes, we'd like to see it done quicker, but then again, we're all falling in line with what state governments and federal governments are doing. And I think our council and our staff are doing a great job in that area and moving it through the timelines that was what we can afford to do with everything else that this council has taken on board to do at a strategic level. So to put us into a timeline of 2025, even though it's a concept of looking at strategies and budgets, but again, there is expectation that once you start doing that process, expectations you have to start implementing it. Why have it if you don't implement it? And I don't think we're ready yet to do the full scope of what will come out of this process if this motion gets passed. I think we're doing it already, and I think the partnerships that we have with various other groups and organisations and what the staff are currently doing at the moment is adequate, and it's fulfilling the needs of what we're under the Declaration of Climate Change. Thank you.
I think Councillor Robertson, you were next.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have. Councillor Kemp has said what I was going to say. I have a question though, however, and that was that in item 4, and I don't want to jump to item 4 as such, but it's just looking like it's us doing this together with Alexandrina Council. I'm just wondering why Yankalilla Council wasn't included in this, or is this because?
Perhaps when you get to item 4, we can discuss that. We're focusing at the moment on item 2.
Yeah, my key concern also was 2025. I think everything in here is good. I mean, it's laudable. It's the sort of thing we should be doing, but gosh, 2025 will come around in a heartbeat.
Do you want to make a variance in relation to 2025? Microphone, sorry.
Yeah, I would have thought 10 years might have looked feasible, because as Councillor Kemp mentioned, we've got a lot of these plans that are all going along in parallel. So some of those are going to speed up what's happening in here or even overtake them. And so putting a realistic time frame on this that would, putting a time frame on this that would be more realistic as to what might be achieved is, to me, an important thing to do. We need to be able to get things done rather than just promise them.
Councillor Henderson, do you want to, and Councillor Hales, vary that motion to 2030?
Can I make a comment first? I haven't actually spoken to the motion, even though I proposed the motion.
Oh, I beg your pardon. You haven't spoken. You are quite right there. Yep, I'll let you speak to the motion, and you may want to incorporate what Councillor Robertson said in speaking.
Thank you.
To it.
Yes, I agree. 2025 is very ambitious, and I chose that figure deliberately because I think being ambitious makes us focus, and 2030 is probably a more realistic time frame, but having a focus on 2025 doesn't necessarily mean that we will achieve the aim by that time, but it gives us a focus. And if the council chamber here thinks 2030 is a more reasonable figure, time frame to aim at, I'm happy to go with that. But I want to talk to the motion generally. We did pass a climate emergency declaration motion in December last year. Two of the dot points in that motion were that the City of Victor Harbor investigate new opportunities beyond the current budget cycle to ensure the City of Victor Harbor addresses climate change. And another dot point was that we have costed recommendations in regard to tangible actions we can seek to prioritise in the short to medium term. And that is exactly what this recommendation is doing. It's addressing those two dot points. It's allowing us to now look at the next budget cycle and the one beyond that and the one beyond that to make some tangible changes so that we can reduce our carbon footprint. We need to start incorporating this into our budget cycles, and we need to start having the discussion now. Otherwise, it will just sit there and nothing will happen. And we'll have other recommendations, such as an earlier motion by Councillor Robertson, who was very frustrated with nothing happening. So he tried to take the emergency declaration off the agenda because of his frustration of nothing happening. So I recommend that we councillors support this, so we have something tangible in our action plans.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and I do apologise again for not asking you to speak after you'd read your motion out. Councillor Littley?
I'll be supporting this motion as it reads.
Can I just interrupt you again?
Sorry.
I must be getting tired because I haven't asked Councillor Hales, who seconded the motion, whether he wants to speak to it. You were asked. I must be getting tired. Carry on, Councillor Littley.
Yeah, I support this motion. It reads that council give consideration in the 2021-22 annual business plan. This is a motion for us to put this on the agenda, put it on the table for us to talk about whether we decide that we want to aim for a 2025 deadline to be carbon neutral a carbon neutral entity, or we want to aim for 2030 if we want to throw $1 million towards this in our next budget, or we want to throw 20,000 to start developing a strategy. They're decisions that will come back to this chamber and we'll make those decisions. So this is the kind of action that fellow councillors have been asking for when we talk about declaring a climate emergency. We've been asking for some sort of framework to work with and some sort of goals so we can apply the expenditure that we might want to apply. So I'll be supporting it because it says give consideration. We want to keep this on the agenda and keep talking about it, just as Councillor Henderson has put.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, no, I agree with the statements of my fellow elected members. I do understand where Councillor Kemp's coming from in how we look at this from that budget perspective and the costs associated. I know it can be a lot cheaper to make the plan, but then following through and doing all the actions is where a lot of the expense is hidden, and it might not necessarily get thought about at this early stage. However, I think in light of our actions and other recommendations that we've supported around climate change and preparing our council and being a leader on the Southern Fleurieu, I think this is a good recommendation. I commend Councillor Henderson for putting up. I do think 2030 is probably a bit more reasonable, and I'd be more supportive of that. I think whilst I understand the sentiment around the urgency of 2025, I think if we want to do this properly and do it reasonably, I think having a more reasonable number that we can aspire to will be better than if we weren't to hit 2025 and then the accountability from potentially the community or different groups in how that was perceived as well, and the intention that is meant tonight. So yeah, I am supportive, and yeah, I just want to seek clarification around whether that variation was accepted to 2030 or whether it remains 2025. Thank you.
I'm happy to accept 2030.
Thank you, Councillor Hales as well. So that's varied to 2030. Councillor Kemp.
I'd like to have another 5 minutes to speak due to the fact that the mover did not speak first. She raised issues which I can't address if I'm not allowed to speak, because I'd like to raise some points against the issues she's raised in a formal debate process, so that because, you know, having her come through halfway through to give her motion and support it, I think it's unfair for members who spoke before her.
I'll ask the meeting if the leave of the meeting will allow you to speak for another 5 minutes. All those in favour of allowing Councillor Kemp to speak? That's more than 2/3. That's fine, Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. A couple of points that were made through the mover and things gave me the impression that staff are not doing anything. Now, we always talk about our staff, how fantastic they are and what great work they do. And they are doing great work in this space already. They're already looking at, you know, climate change and what we can do. They bring recommendations to the chamber to how we can do things and how we can improve on it. So what you're doing here is taking away what they're already doing. You know, in other words, you're telling them how to suck eggs because they're doing it anyway. And I think through the guidance of the CEO and the directors and the senior management team, they're very quite aware of the climate change issues and the adaptation plans that we have and the environmental plans and what we need to be doing. So that's why the ex-director Sanford went over to Geelong and took the councillor Henderson with him to look at the electric car systems and truck systems. You know, there's a lot of movement in this space. Yes, it may not look fast at the moment, but there is certainly a lot of opportunities coming, and through staff doing what they're doing, I think what we're doing here is we're taking away from staff what they're doing great work in by putting a motion up and saying, well, this is what we think you should be doing. So they're already doing it. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Hales, you've got a question?
My question's, I guess, to you, Mayor Jenkins, in regards to this motion. Does this motion outrule everything that is already in place, or does it merely set a new strategic goal, set of goalposts out for our organisation to reach in relation to how we are tackling our impact on this planet?
Councillor Hales, the way that I read the motion is that that the council give consideration to looking at what further can we do to battle climate change. The way that I look at it is that there may be, Councillor Henderson has said that there may be a number of different things that we can do, and the council may, in giving consideration, may decide to do one or all or none of those things, may set targets over and above those targets that have been put in place. So, for example, additional tree planting. The council already plants a number of trees. We may decide to set a higher target in relation to that if this motion comes forward. Does that answer your query? Thank you. Councillor Glasbrook, you've got a question? You haven't spoken yet. Yep.
Well, I agree entirely with the sentiment of this. You know, we all know that we have to do something about it. We're all on the same page there. I'm not going to support it because it really needs to come over the next few weeks. We're going to have our strategic planning sessions, and this needs to be part of that discussion as far as I'm concerned. You know, we've had one so far, and we've went down through this document saying, you know, is this important? Is this important? Or is this not important? Well, now this is throwing a whole different, you know, cat amongst the pigeons as far as I'm concerned, because this will have a significant effect on our budget. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that it needs to be considered with other things that have been considered at the moment. Just to jump out and say, right, we're going to do this without even considering anything else, I think is probably a little bit premature. So for that reason, I won't be supporting it. Although, as I say, I'm not against it at all. I think, you know, I agree with you, but we need to look at councillors and our future in a holistic frame of mind, not just in one little thing at a time. You know, we've got to look at everything. We've got so many things on the plate at the moment. Quite honestly, we can't afford them all. It's as simple as that. We have to choose our priorities, and to push other things out that we haven't even discussed before considering them all as a whole, I think would be a mistake. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Just a question I've got to the CEO from what you've said. If this is passed, does that mean that other priorities are pushed out as you read the motion?
In terms of reading the motion, if it's supported, it's saying that the council give consideration in the 21-22 budget, annual business plan budget, to develop a strategy and budget to enable us to implement, obviously, improvements in our carbon emissions by 2030. So it will be dependent on if council does support putting funds in the budget to develop that strategy, and also subsequent money to support that strategy. It may push out other priorities, but at the moment it's actually just giving consideration to develop the strategy in the 21-22 budget.
Are there any further comments, questions? Councillor Henderson, would you like to close debate?
I would, thank you. And first of all, I'd like to correct Councillor Kemp. Director Sanford did not take me along to the Sea Electric Vehicle plant. I booked completely independently to go to that, and then found out for third chance he was also attending. He did not take me along. I took myself along, thank you. And I think some of the members haven't read the background information correctly. One thing that's pointed out here is that, yes, there will be initial budget requirements to put some of these things in place. But one of the important aspects here is that in the long term, that is actually going to be a budget saving, just as installing the LED lighting has done. Yes, an upfront cost initially to install those lights, but an incredible budget saving in the long term plus a carbon saving. And all of these other things will do exactly the same as that, long-term savings. So I'd just like to wrap up by saying that, look at the long term. We're supposed to be in this chamber making strategic long-term plans, and that's what this is.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll now put that recommendation to the council. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. I am aware that it is 20 to 10 and at 9:30 we need to have a motion to continue the meeting. So if you would like the meeting to continue, I need that. Thank you, Councillor Robertson. You're happy to make that motion? Yeah. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Sorry, Councillor Hales. The third recommendation in 19.9 is that Council provides an in-principle support for a regional approach on investigating a feasibility of collaborating in the development of a climate mitigation plan for the Fleurieu Peninsula, and the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to write to Alexandrina Council advising of Council's decision. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you. And Councillor Robertson seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson? No, she doesn't. Microphone, please.
Sorry. Yeah. Why just Alexandrina Council? Why not this climate mitigation plan for the Fleurieu Peninsula?
Because Alexandrina Council wrote to us, I think that's the reason why.
Through the Mayor, if you refer to the letter from Alexandrina Council and the attachments, the CEO was, by their resolution, was required to write to both the Mayor and CEO of Victor Harbor and Yankalilla. So I'm just specifically I'm writing back to Alexandrina, but both councils were resolved to be contacted.
Yeah, I saw that too, but I was just wondering why we were only going to write to Alexandrina, but the message will get to Yankalilla as well. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we can do in terms of collaborating with those other councils on the business of becoming carbon neutral. But anyway, that's for another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Glasbrook.
Well, I'm very much in favour of this again, but I wonder why we need to reinvent the wheel, as I was saying in the earlier one. We have a system in place already with the Resilient Hills. Why don't we already are doing that. If that group is lacking a little bit of enthusiasm, well, let's get behind them and get them fired up and do it that way. That is collaboration. We're doing it now. If we're not doing it very well, let's make it better. Don't reinvent the wheel and start all over again. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. Have you got a question, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor. Question to Councillor Glasbrook through the chair.
Your question?
Yeah, to Councillor Glasbrook. Yeah, he's a big proponent of this future Fleurieu thing, which I think is good too, really good. So this should fit in ideally.
What's your question, Councillor Robertson?
Would he see the possibility of the future, one of the platforms of the future Fleurieu program to be on this particular issue of carbon neutrality? You understand the question, or? No. Okay.
Can I interpret the question?
No, let me have another crack, please.
Give another crack. Yep.
Councillor Glasbrook, as a proponent of the of future collaboration at operational level between the three councils here in that future Fleurieu's project, do you see that achieving carbon neutrality by 2030 is a good project to have for that group, or is it something that doesn't concern it?
No, I think it's a very good project. And as I read earlier in the agenda, they already have timelines in there. I think it's 2030 was 50% and 2050 was 100%. I'm sure we could encourage them to change those figures and get together and make it happen. That's all I'm trying to say. I totally agree with this recommendation. I just don't know why we can't use the mechanism that we've already got. Why do we need another one? Because people will be going to that meeting. They'll be going to this meeting. You know, we all go to too many meetings. Let's just achieve something. That's my point. With something that's already in place, and fire this mob up and get things happening.
The CEO's just offered to also contribute to that question, answering that question, Councillor Robertson.
Through the Mayor, just to, I do agree with you in many ways, but I think the letter that I've received was as a result of a resolution, a motion on notice that was moved in the Chamber at Alexandrina Council, and they may have had similar discussions around the renewal of the Resilient Hills and not really connected the dots. So while this motion is responding to that letter, saying we give in principle support, but I can also articulate in my response back saying that we can, you know, our council expressed a desire to see how can we not utilise the Resilient Hills Agreement to further these discussions. Why do we have to have a separate body? So I'm happy to incorporate that because I can see very much there's a connection there.
Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I guess on similar lines, it's this is bureaucracy at work at best. You know, bureaucracy creates plans, strategies on one subject, and staff have to implement and read those plans. I mean, how many more plans do we need on a single subject in that sense? You know what I mean? Which one do we look at today? It's just bureaucracy going mad, and bureaucracy justifies its means by existence to keep doing this because that's how they operate, bureaucrats. So to me, writing back to them in principle support, I think we already, as I said before, we've got everything in place. A lot of it's in place. It can be improved on. I think we need to minimise the number of plans and strategies so we free our staff up to do other things which they're employed to do, you know, because it is time consuming and a lot of effort taken by staff to go to meetings and get involved and so forth. So either our current plans are not working, that's why this one's coming up, or the fact is that we need to improve our current plans and make them work, similar to what Councillor Glasbrook was saying. So really, I just think it's a waste of space and time. We've got a lot of plans and strategies in place, so how many more do we need on one subject?
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? No? I'll put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That motion's carried. Thank you. There are no motions without notice. And now we move on to item 21, which is confidential items. The first recommendation is that pursuant to section 92 of the Local Government Act, the council orders that all members of the public, except the Chief Executive Officer, Victoria McCurdy, Acting Director, Environment and Infrastructure, Jodie Roberts, although she's not here, Director, Community and Development, Graham Pathouse, Director, Corporate and Customer Services, Kelly Knight-Stacey, and Executive Assistant, Karina Overall, be excluded from attendance of the meeting. I'll just go back, so that should not read, that should be Director Kara Rotoczynski. Okay. And Executive Assistant Karina Overall be excluded from attendance at the meeting for agenda item 21.1, confidential special city activation and strategic planning advisory committee minutes, 15th of September 2020. And it's Karen Rotoczynski who's staying and Jodie Roberts is not here. Do I have someone to move that way? Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I'm keeping going. The council is satisfied that pursuant to section 93 of the Act, the information to be received, discussed or considered in relation to the agenda item is information the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to confer a commercial advantage on a person with whom the council is conducting or proposing to conduct business, or to prejudice the commercial position of the council, and is commercial information of a confidential nature, not being a trade secret, the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to prejudice the commercial position of the person who supplied the information, or to confer a commercial advantage on a third party, and involves tenders for the supply of goods, the provision of services, or the carrying out of works for the Railway Terrace and Station Area Public Art Commission. In addition, the disclosure of this information would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest. The public interest in public access to the meeting has been balanced against the public interest in the continued non-disclosure of the information. The benefit to the public at large resulting from withholding the information outweighs the benefit to it of disclosure of the information. The council is satisfied that the principle that the meeting be conducted in a place open to the public has been outweighed in these circumstances because the information could jeopardise the commercial position of third parties. Do I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And second? Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson?
Yeah, Mayor, I don't agree with these issues we're about to discuss being in confidence. I think they need to be, I can't see any of the reasoning that's in here. I want to go over it this time of night, but it's going to prejudice what's coming out of those things. And if anything does, then why don't we just redact the amounts of money involved or something else that gets us around this? But I don't believe this should be in confidence. I think it's something that the people in the community really want to know about.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to that recommendation? Councillor Kemp.
Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. Again, it's one of those situations where, you know, really we're not making a choice or debating a decision about between organisations or people or groups or whatever. It's really just endorsing recommendation for one entity to do something on behalf of council. So again, the information will come out to the public anyway once this goes through. But why do we need to do it in confidence when the actual information will be released shortly anyway? So we're not making a decision about between things. We're making a decision to endorse a single entity to do something.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Any further discussion? Councillor Schofield.
I think the item should remain in confidence. We should be able to have a good debate about it. And if you really read there are...
Point of order. Councillor Schofield did second the motion.
Did I? Sorry.
I beg your
It's
pardon,
late.
Councillor Schofield. Thank you, Councillor Hales. No further debate. I'll put this to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried. Thank you.